I arrived on the rig the second week of November, which meant I'd already missed most of the light. The helicopter came in low over the water, and I remember thinking the ocean didn't look like ocean. It looked like something solid, something with texture and weight, dark gray and heaving in slow, muscular rolls beneath us. The pilot didn't talk. He pointed once, through the windshield, and I saw the rig materialize out of the haze like something that had been there much longer than it should have been, rusted in places I hadn't expected, bright in others where new steel had been welded over old damage. It sat on the water the way a tooth sits in a jaw, rooted, functional but not entirely comfortable. They landed us on the helipad, and a man named Harker met me at the door. He was the day shift operations lead, and he shook my hand with the kind of grip that suggested he'd been doing it too many times that week. He walked me through the main corridor toward the residential module and gave me the standard rundown while we moved. Meal times, shower schedule, laundry rotation, where to find the medical kit, which was a metal box bolted to the wall outside the mess with a padlock on it that everyone knew the combination to, 4471, though he told me to write it down anyway, because you forget things out here. He said that casually. You forget things out here. I wrote it down. My bunk was in a shared room with 3 other men, though only 2 of them were present at any given time because the shifts were staggered. The room was small and utilitarian. Metal frame beds with foam mattresses wrapped in industrial vinyl, a shelf each, a curtain that could be drawn around each bunk for the illusion of privacy. The overhead light was fluorescent and flickered at a frequency just slow enough to notice if you were lying still. I asked about it later and was told it had been that way for months, and that a replacement tube was on the next supply run, which was 3 weeks out. I stopped noticing the flicker after the 4th or 5th day, or I think I did. Sometimes, falling asleep, I'd catch it again in my peripheral vision and feel a small jolt of recognition, like seeing someone you know in a crowd and then losing them. The job itself was straightforward. I was hired as a night shift systems monitor, which meant I sat in the control room from 6 in the evening until 6 in the morning and watched gauges, logged pressure readings, monitored flow rates, and flagged anything that deviated from the expected parameters. The parameters were printed on a laminated sheet taped to the desk beside the main console. Acceptable ranges were highlighted in green, marginal ranges in yellow. Red was self-explanatory. In the 3 weeks of training I'd done on shore, I'd never seen a red reading in any of these simulation exercises, and the instructor had told us that if we ever did see one, the procedure was simple. Call the shift supervisor, do not attempt to adjust anything manually, and wait. The implication was that red readings were rare. The further implication, unstated but understood, was that if you saw one, something had already gone wrong in a way that was not your fault and not your problem to solve alone. My first few shifts were unremarkable. I sat in the control room and watched the numbers. The room was warm, maybe too warm, heated by the equipment and by the insulated walls, and by the fact that there were no windows to let the cold in. There was a monitor showing a feed from an exterior camera, but the image was usually just darkness, interrupted by the faint glow of the rig's navigation lights reflecting off fog or spray. I'd check the readings every 15 minutes, note them in the logbook, initial each entry, and then sit in the silence, which wasn't really silence. The rig was never silent. There was always the hum, a deep, pervasive, mechanical vibration that came up through the floor and settled somewhere behind your sternum. It was the sound of the pumps, the generators, the drill assembly, all of it blending into a single tone that was less a sound than a condition of the environment. After a few days, I stopped hearing it as a distinct noise and started feeling it as a kind of pressure, a presence in the room that I couldn't locate or describe, but that was always there. The other men on the night rotation were a welder named Griggs, a pump operator named Desmond, and a safety technician named Lou, who preferred to be called by his last name and who ate his meals in silence with a book propped against the salt shaker. We didn't talk much during the shift itself because we were in different parts of the rig, but we'd overlap in the mess at the beginning and end of shifts, and there was the usual small talk about weather, about the food, about how many days until rotation. Griggs had been on rigs for 11 years and had a way of telling you things that made them sound both important and boring at the same time, which I think was a survival skill. Desmond was younger than me, maybe 24, and had the nervous energy of someone who wasn't yet comfortable being far from shore. He talked about his girlfriend a lot. Her name was Kara. She was studying to be a dental hygienist. I learned more about Kara's coursework in those first 2 weeks than I'd ever wanted to know about anyone's coursework in anything. But it was fine. It was human. It was the kind of talk that kept the space between you and the ocean filled with something familiar. It was during orientation on the second day that Harker mentioned the rule. We were in the safety briefing room, which was just a table and chairs in a section of the residential module with a whiteboard on the wall. He was going through the standard protocols for night operations, which mostly involved staying within designated areas, wearing high visibility gear if you had to move between modules, and reporting any equipment malfunctions through the proper chain rather than attempting repairs outside your training. Then, near the end, almost as an afterthought, he said it. Don't go outside after midnight. He said it the way you'd say, don't forget to log your hours, or make sure the coffee machine is off before you leave. It was delivered with the same flat procedural tone as everything else, sandwiched between a reminder about fire extinguisher locations and a note about the satellite phone schedule. I waited for the explanation. There wasn't one. He moved on. I wrote it down in my notebook, alongside everything else, and I underlined it, not because it alarmed me, but because it was the only instruction that lacked a reason. Everything else had a reason. You wore high visibility gear because the exterior walkways were narrow and poorly lit. You reported malfunctions through the chain because unauthorized repairs voided insurance and could endanger others. You kept the fire extinguisher accessible because the nearest Coast Guard station was 90 minutes away by helicopter in good weather. Every rule was tethered to a logic. This one floated free. I asked Griggs about it that night in the mess. He was eating a bowl of canned chili and reading a fishing magazine that was 4 months old. I said, "What's the deal with the midnight rule?" He looked up, chewed, swallowed, and said it was a safety thing. The exterior walkways got icy after dark. The wind picked up. Visibility dropped. You could walk off the edge and no one would know until morning. I said that made sense. He went back to his magazine. I went back to my coffee. And that was the end of it for a while. The first anomaly happened on a Tuesday, or what I believed was a Tuesday. Days on the rig had a tendency to blur. The fluorescent lights were always on. The hum was always present. The sky, when you could see it, was the same uniform gray whether it was 10 in the morning or 2 in the afternoon. I'd started keeping a small calendar on my shelf, crossing off days with a pen, which felt childish but necessary, like a ritual that kept me connected to the passage of time in a way the rig itself refused to confirm. It was around 1:30 in the morning. I was in the control room doing my regular 15-minute check. The pressure readings on the main flow line were within normal range. I logged them, initialed the entry, and was about to settle back in the chair when I noticed that the secondary pump pressure was reading about 2% below the lower bound of the green range. Not yellow, not even close to yellow, just slightly below where it should have been. The kind of thing you'd normally attribute to a minor calibration drift or a sensor that needed cleaning. I noted it in the log, added a flag for the day shift technician to review, and moved on. 15 minutes later, the reading was back to normal. Exactly normal. Not drifting back up. Not gradually correcting. It was simply at the correct value, as though the dip had never happened. I checked my previous log entry to make sure I hadn't imagined it. I hadn't. The number was there, in my handwriting, with the timestamp beside it. I noted the correction, added a second flag, and decided it was a sensor glitch. These things happen. Electronics in cold, damp, vibrationally intense environments behave unpredictably. That was one of the first things they taught us in training. Trust the pattern, not the point. The second time was 4 nights later. Same reading, same pump, same time, roughly between 1 and 2 in the morning. This time the dip was slightly larger, maybe 3% below the green threshold. I logged it, watched it for 2 consecutive check intervals, and on the third check it was normal again. I mentioned it to Lou the next evening in the mess. He was reading a paperback with the cover torn off, and he listened without looking up, then said that the secondary pump sensors were old and had been flagged for replacement before he'd arrived. He said the day crew had probably already noted it and that it would be addressed during the next maintenance window. I asked when that was. He turned a page and said he didn't know. I let it go. But I started watching the secondary pump readings more carefully after that. Not obsessively. I wasn't concerned. I was just doing my job, which was to monitor, and the monitor in me had noticed a pattern, and patterns once noticed are difficult to unnotice. Over the following week, the dip occurred 3 more times, always after midnight, always in the same range, 2 to 4% below the lower bound of acceptable, and always self-correcting within 30 to 45 minutes. I logged each one. I flagged each one. I mentioned it in the shift handover notes. No one responded to the flags. No one mentioned the handover notes. When I brought it up directly to Harker during one of the rare moments I saw him, he worked days, so our overlap was minimal. He nodded and said he'd look into it. He did not look into it, or if he did, he never told me what he found. I want to be clear that none of this frightened me. Annoyance is a more accurate word. I was doing the thing I'd been trained to do. Identifying irregularities, reporting them, following up. And the system around me was absorbing my reports the way the ocean absorbs rain, without acknowledgement, without change. I started to feel less like a monitor and more like a recorder, someone whose job was not to ensure functionality, but to create a record that no one would read. This is a particular kind of frustration, the frustration of performing a task you believe is important within a structure that treats it as ceremonial. But I kept doing it. I kept logging the numbers. What else was there to do? Around the beginning of my 4th week, I began hearing things. I want to be careful with that sentence because it implies something dramatic, and what I'm describing was not dramatic. It was quiet and intermittent and always just at the edge of perception, the kind of sound that makes you stop what you're doing and hold your breath for a moment before deciding it was nothing. It happened only in the control room and only late at night, usually after 1 o'clock. It was a sound from outside, not from the machinery. I knew the machinery sounds by then, could identify each pump and compressor and ventilation fan by its pitch and rhythm, the way you learn to identify the appliances in a house. This was different. It was irregular. It came and went without pattern. The closest I can describe it is the sound of something dragging across metal, slowly with pauses, like a cable being pulled across a deck by hand, or like a piece of equipment shifting in the wind, except the wind, when it was present, had its own sound, and this was not that. The first few times I attributed it to ice forming on the railings and walkways and then cracking or shifting as the temperature fluctuated. Griggs had told me about ice noise during my 1st week. He said the rig in winter sounded like it was digesting itself, which was a phrase I didn't enjoy, but which proved accurate in a general sense. Metal contracts, ice forms and breaks, cables tighten and loosen. The whole structure is in constant, minute motion, and that motion produces sound. So the dragging sound, the scraping, the occasional dull thud from somewhere above or below, these could all be explained. I explained them to myself. I was satisfied with the explanations. I went back to my readings, but the sounds continued and they grew, not louder, but more defined, more present, as though whatever was producing them was moving closer, or as though I was becoming more attuned to them. There is a phenomenon I'd read about once in a psychology class I took during a semester of community college that I never finished, where the brain begins to amplify stimuli that it cannot categorize. It's a survival mechanism. If you hear a sound you can't identify, your auditory cortex devotes more processing power to it, which makes it seem louder and more distinct even if the actual volume hasn't changed. I reminded myself of this. I found it comforting. It meant the sounds were real, but my perception of them was distorted, which was the preferable interpretation. One night, I believe it was a Thursday, though my calendar had started to feel less reliable as a tool for certainty, I was sitting in the control room at approximately 1:45 in the morning when I heard something that I could not explain. It was a single, clear, metallic impact from the exterior walkway directly outside the control room wall. Not a crack, not a groan, a deliberate, singular strike, like a wrench being dropped from a height of about 2 feet onto a steel grate. I sat still. I listened. It did not repeat. I checked the exterior camera feed, but the camera covered the helipad and the upper deck, not the walkway beside the control room. The image showed fog and darkness and the faint orange glow of the navigation light. Nothing moved. I noted the time in my logbook. I did not note the sound because there was no column for sounds, and because writing, heard a noise, felt inadequate and vaguely embarrassing. I was a systems monitor. My job was numbers. After that night, I started paying attention to the exterior camera feed in a way I hadn't before. Not constantly. I still did my readings, still logged the data, still followed the routine. But during the gaps between checks, instead of reading or staring at the wall, I watched the monitor. The feed was low resolution and monochrome, greenish in tint, and it updated at what I guessed was about 5 frames per second, which gave the image a slightly stuttered quality. The fog was almost always present, and the rig's lights created a halo effect that obscured more than it revealed. Most nights there was nothing to see. The deck was empty. The walkways were empty. The water, when visible, was a flat black absence at the edges of the frame. But twice, on 2 separate nights about 3 days apart, I saw something that I could not immediately reconcile. The first time, it was a change in the light. One of the navigation lights on the far side of the helipad appeared to dim, as though something had passed between it and the camera, briefly. It lasted perhaps 2 seconds, and then the light was at full brightness again. The second time, it was a shadow, or not a shadow, a density, an area of the image that seemed slightly darker than the surrounding fog, roughly at the far edge of the walkway, visible for maybe 4 or 5 frames before the fog shifted and the image was uniform again. I rewound the feed both times. The control room system had a basic playback function that stored the last 6 hours of footage on a loop. On playback, the first event, the dimming light, was visible but ambiguous. It could have been a fluctuation in the light itself. The second event, the shadow, was not visible on playback. The frames that I had watched in real time showed nothing unusual when I reviewed them. The same fog, the same deck, no darker area, no density. I considered the possibility that my eyes were playing tricks. 12-hour shifts in a warm room with a low-resolution monitor and a constant subsonic hum. These are not conditions that promote visual acuity. Fatigue degrades perception in predictable ways. You see movement where there is none. You impose patterns on noise. I knew this. I accepted it as the likely explanation. But I also knew what I'd seen, and the discrepancy between the live image and the playback nagged at me in a way that I couldn't entirely dismiss. I brought it up with Desmond one morning, during the brief window where our shifts overlapped, and we were both in the mess eating what the rig's cook generously called breakfast. Scrambled eggs from a carton, toast from a bag, coffee that tasted like it had been brewed in an engine. I was careful about how I framed it. I didn't say I'd seen something strange. I said I'd noticed some inconsistencies in the camera feed and asked whether the recording system was known to have issues. Desmond said he didn't know much about the cameras, that they were maintained by the electrical technician on day shift, a man named Polk, who I had never spoken to and who, as far as I could tell, existed mainly as a name on the shift roster. Desmond said Polk was quiet. He said Polk had been on the rig longer than anyone else on the current rotation, something like 8 consecutive months, which was unusual because rotations were typically 4 to 6 weeks. He said Polk had requested the extension himself. I asked why someone would do that. Desmond shrugged and said some people liked it out here. He didn't sound convinced. I tried to find Pollock the next day, during the 2-hour window in the late afternoon when I was awake and the day shift was still active. I asked Harker where Polk might be, and Harker said he was probably in the electrical room on the lower deck. I went to the lower deck. The electrical room was locked. I knocked. No answer. I tried again an hour later. Still locked, still no answer. I left a note on the door asking Polk to find me when he had a chance about the camera system. The note was gone the next day. Pollock never found me. I don't know if he took the note or if someone else did, or if the note simply fell off the door and blew away in the draft that moved through the lower deck corridor like a slow, cold exhalation. Around this time, the secondary pump readings changed. The dips I'd been logging, the 2 to 4% drops that self-corrected after midnight, stopped. For 5 consecutive nights, the readings were perfectly stable, dead center of the acceptable range, without variation. This should have been reassuring. It wasn't. The readings had been varying slightly for weeks, as all analog-fed sensors do. Slight fluctuations are normal. They indicate a functioning system responding to real-world conditions. Perfect stability, sustained over multiple shifts, is not normal. It suggests either a system that has been locked, a sensor that has been bypassed, or a feed that is no longer reflecting actual conditions. I noted this in the log. I phrased it carefully. Secondary pump readings showing 0 variance over 5 consecutive shifts. Recommend sensor verification. I flagged it for day shift review. The flag was not acknowledged. The readings remained perfectly stable for another 4 days, and then, on the 10th night, they began to fluctuate again, but differently. The fluctuations were larger, 5, 6, sometimes 7% swings above and below the expected value, and they occurred at irregular intervals, sometimes 10 minutes apart, sometimes 40. They no longer self-corrected. They just oscillated, up and down, in a pattern that didn't correlate with anything I could identify. Not pump speed, not flow rate, not weather conditions, not time of day. I spent an entire shift mapping the readings onto graph paper from the supply closet, plotting each value by time, and the resulting line looked like a heartbeat on a monitor, regular enough to suggest a rhythm, irregular enough to resist prediction. I showed the graph to Griggs the next morning. He looked at it for a long time, longer than I expected. He asked which system it was. I told him. He folded the graph and handed it back to me and said I should talk to Harker. I asked him if he'd seen anything like it before. He said no. He said it was probably an issue with the data relay, that the sensors on the secondary pump were routed through an older junction box that had been giving intermittent trouble. He said this with the same flat confidence he said everything, but he didn't look at me while he said it, and he didn't go back to his magazine. He got up and bussed his tray and left the mess. It was the first time I'd seen Griggs leave a meal without finishing his coffee. The next night, I decided to do a physical check. The secondary pump was located on the lower deck, in a section of the rig designated as the mechanical bay, which was accessible from the interior corridor without going outside. I'd been there once during my initial orientation walkthrough. It was a large, loud, poorly lit space filled with equipment that vibrated and hummed and dripped and smelled like diesel and brine. The pump itself was a squat, industrial unit about the size of a refrigerator, painted gray, with a pressure gauge mounted on the side that could be read directly. I went down there at approximately 1:15 in the morning. The corridor was empty. The lights were on, but dimmer than during the day. I'd been told the rig automatically reduced interior lighting during nighttime hours to conserve power, which seemed like a strange economy for a facility that was literally powered by the substance it was extracting, but I didn't question it at the time. The mechanical bay was at the end of the corridor, behind a heavy steel door with a wheel lock, the kind you see on ships. I turned the wheel, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. The noise was immediate and enveloping. Pumps, compressors, hydraulic systems, all operating at full capacity, producing a wall of sound that was physical, that you felt in your teeth and your chest. I wore earplugs. They were required in the mechanical bay, but they only took the edge off. The light was yellowish and came from caged bulbs mounted high on the walls, and the shadows they cast were sharp and angular and moved slightly with the vibration of the structures they were attached to. I found the secondary pump. I read the gauge. The pressure was normal, dead center of the acceptable range. Not high, not low, not fluctuating, normal. I stood there for a moment, looking at the gauge, and then I checked it again. Normal. I took out my logbook and wrote down the reading, the time, and the fact that it was a physical observation, not a console reading. Then I went back to the control room and checked the console. The console reading at that same timestamp showed the pressure 7% above the expected value. I was looking at two numbers that described the same system at the same moment, and they did not agree. I sat with that for a long time. I considered the possibilities in order. The physical gauge was wrong. The console was wrong. The data relay was introducing errors. The readings were on a delay. The junction box Griggs had mentioned was malfunctioning. Each of these was plausible. Each of these was, in isolation, unremarkable. Instruments disagree. It happens. The procedure when it happens is to report it, request a calibration check, and default to the physical reading as the more reliable source. That's what the training said. Trust the physical reading. But the physical reading was normal, and the console reading was not, and the console was the thing I watched for 12 hours every night. And if the console did not reflect reality, then I did not know what I was monitoring. That thought was uncomfortable in a way that had nothing to do with fear. It was professional. It was structural. My job was to watch the numbers and respond to what they told me. If the numbers were not true, then my job was not real, and I was sitting in a warm room for 12 hours doing something that had no function. I filed the report. I noted the discrepancy. I recommended an immediate calibration check. The report was received. It was not acted upon. I went back to the mechanical bay 3 more times over the following week, always between 1 and 2 in the morning, always finding the physical gauge reading normal while the console showed increasingly erratic values. Each time, I logged both readings. Each time, I filed a report. Each time, nothing happened. On the 4th visit, I noticed something else. The mechanical bay was accessible from the interior, as I said, but it also had an exterior door, a large reinforced hatch on the far wall that opened onto the lower exterior walkway. This door was supposed to be sealed during winter operations, secured with a wheel lock identical to the interior door. On my 4th visit, I noticed that the wheel lock on the exterior door was positioned differently than I remembered. Not open, not unlocked, just turned slightly from the position I'd seen it in before, as though someone had started to turn it and stopped. I checked the seal. It was intact. Cold air was not coming in, but the wheel had moved. I was almost certain the wheel had moved. I did not touch it. I logged the observation in my notebook. Not the official logbook, but a personal notebook I'd started keeping alongside the official record, because the official record had a format and a purpose, and there was no space in it for things like, "The wheel on the exterior door seems to have moved." I went back to the control room. I sat down. I watched the numbers. The secondary pump reading on the console was 12% above the upper bound of the acceptable range. Red. It was the first red reading I'd ever seen. I followed the procedure. I called the shift supervisor, whose name was Whelan, and who I'd spoken to perhaps 3 times in my entire tenure on the rig. Whelan answered on the 4th ring, sounding like he'd been asleep, which was likely because his role was supervisory and he was on call rather than active during the night shift. I told him I had a red reading on the secondary pump. He asked which pump. I told him. He was quiet for a moment, and then he said to log it and continue monitoring. I said I had been to the mechanical bay and that the physical gauge did not match the console. He was quiet again, longer this time, and then he said that the console readings for that system were known to be unreliable and that I should disregard them and log the physical reading as the authoritative value. I asked when the console would be repaired. He said it was scheduled for the next maintenance window. I asked when that was. He said he didn't have the date in front of him. He thanked me for the report and hung up. I sat in the control room and looked at the red number on the console and the normal number in my logbook, and I understood that I was being told to ignore the thing I had been hired to watch. The logic was reasonable. The console was faulty. The physical reading was accurate. Trust the physical reading. But the implication was that the console had been faulty for weeks, possibly longer, and that the people responsible for maintaining it had known this and had not told me, which meant that every reading I'd logged from the console for the secondary pump, every entry, every flag, every report, was data from a broken instrument, and everyone who'd received those reports had known that, and no one had said anything. I should have been angry. I was, a little, but mostly I was tired. It was 4 a.m, and I'd been awake for 22 hours because I'd had trouble sleeping during the day, which was becoming more common. The residential module was never truly dark. The emergency lighting in the corridor bled under the door, and the curtain around my bunk let in a faint glow that was imperceptible when I was tired enough, and maddening when I wasn't. The mattress was too firm. The pillow was too thin. The air smelled like recirculated metal. I'd been eating poorly because the food was repetitive and unappealing, and because I'd discovered that appetite diminishes when you lose track of what meal you're supposed to be hungry for. Breakfast at 7 p.m, dinner at 7 a.m. The body resists this inversion. The stomach refuses to accept eggs at sundown. You eat because you know you should, not because you want to, and the food sits in you like ballast, heavy and inert. I went back to my bunk after the shift ended and lay there in the dim, curtained space and listened to the hum and thought about the exterior door in the mechanical bay, the wheel lock that had moved. I was fairly certain it had moved, but I had no photograph, no reference point, no proof. Memory is unreliable, especially memory formed during a period of sleep deprivation in a monotonous environment. I knew this. I accepted it. And yet the image persisted. The wheel turned a few degrees from where it should have been, as though someone had gripped it and begun to open the door and then reconsidered. Who would be opening the exterior door in the mechanical bay at 1 a.m? The answer obviously was no one. The answer was that the wheel had always been in that position, and I had simply failed to notice it before, or that my memory of its previous position was inaccurate, or that the vibration of the machinery had caused it to shift over time, which was possible. Wheels do move. Locks do shift. Metal settles and adjusts. These were the answers. I accepted them. I slept. The dreams I had during this period were not nightmares. They were mundane. I dreamed about the control room. I dreamed about the logbook. I dreamed about the numbers. In the dreams, I was doing my job exactly as I did it while awake, sitting in the chair, checking the readings, writing them down. But in the dreams, the numbers were wrong in ways that I couldn't articulate. Not too high or too low, just wrong, in the way that a word is wrong when you see it written in a language you almost speak. I'd wake from these dreams unsure whether I'd actually been working or not, and I'd check the time, and it would be 3 in the afternoon, and I'd lie there for a moment recalibrating, reminding myself where I was and what was real and what was dreamed, and the distinction felt thinner each time, not because the dreams were vivid, but because waking life on the rig had taken on the same quality of flat, repetitive unreality that dreams have. 5 weeks in. I was in the mess at the start of my shift, eating a sandwich that tasted like nothing, and Desmond sat down across from me and said he was transferring off the rig. His rotation wasn't up for another 2 weeks, but he'd requested an early transfer and it had been approved. He said he'd gotten a spot on a rig closer to shore, something in the Cook Inlet, less remote, better rotation schedule. He said it was a career move. He said Kara wanted him closer. He said a lot of things, and all of them were plausible, and none of them were the reason he was leaving. I knew this because of the way he said them, quickly, without pauses, like a man reciting a list he'd prepared in advance. I didn't push. We shook hands. He left on the helicopter the next morning. I watched it go from the window of the mess, a small shape rising into gray sky and disappearing into the gray that was indistinguishable from it. His replacement arrived 3 days later, a man named Okafor, tall, quiet, with the careful movements of someone who was assessing his environment before committing to it. We nodded at each other in the corridor. We exchanged basic information. He'd been on rigs before in the Gulf of Mexico, and he said the cold was an adjustment. I said you get used to it. He said he hoped so. That was the extent of our interaction for the first week. He worked the pump room on the upper deck, which was on the opposite end of the rig from the control room, and our paths crossed only at meals, which we ate in the same silence that everyone on the rig eventually adopted. The silence of people who have run out of things to say that don't involve the rig, and who have agreed, tacitly, not to talk about the rig unless it's necessary. But one night, Okafor came to the control room. It was late. After 2, maybe closer to 3. He knocked on the door frame and stood there with his hands in his pockets and asked if the exterior camera showed the pump deck. I said it didn't, that it only showed the helipad and upper walkway. He nodded. He stood there for another moment. Then he asked if I'd ever heard anything at night that I couldn't account for. I looked at him. He was standing in the doorway with the corridor light behind him, and his face was mostly in shadow, and his expression was neutral, the way your expression is neutral when you're asking a question you already know the answer to, but want confirmation of. I said yes. I said I'd heard sounds from outside that I couldn't identify. He nodded again. He said he'd been hearing something from the pump room. A rhythmic sound, he said. Not the pumps. Something from outside the wall. He said it had started 3 nights ago and that it occurred between 1 and 3 in the morning, and then stopped. He said it sounded like knocking, not random, not impact. Rhythmic, evenly spaced, like someone tapping on the exterior wall at a steady interval. He said he'd gone to the window. The pump room had a small, thick-paned porthole, and looked out and seen nothing. He said the fog was too heavy. He said the sound continued while he was at the window. I asked if he'd reported it. He said he'd mentioned it to Griggs. I asked what Griggs said. Okafor paused, and then he said Griggs told him it was ice. Ice forming on the exterior surfaces and cracking in the cold. He said Griggs had seemed very certain. He said Griggs had not looked at him while saying it. I recognized the pattern. I told Okafor about the secondary pump readings, about the discrepancy between the console and the physical gauge, about the reports that went nowhere, about the wheel lock on the exterior door. He listened without interrupting. When I finished, he was quiet for a while, and then he said something that I've thought about many times since. He said, "The thing that bothers me isn't the sounds. It's that everyone here has a rehearsed answer." I didn't say anything. He was right, and I had nothing to add that would make it less right. After Okafor left, I sat in the control room and thought about rehearsed answers. Griggs saying it was ice. Whelan saying the console was known to be unreliable. Harker saying, "Don't go outside after midnight," with no explanation. Liu turning pages without looking up. Every question I'd asked had been met with an answer that was immediate, confident, and closed. An answer designed to end the conversation rather than resolve the question. I had accepted these answers because they were plausible, and because I was tired, and because the alternative, that the answers were coordinated, that they were a policy rather than a response, was a thought that required energy I didn't have. But now I had it. Or rather, I had something that functioned like energy, which was curiosity sharpened by the realization that my environment was behaving in a way that could not be fully explained by the explanations I'd been given. The console didn't match the gauge. The sounds didn't match the machinery. The answers didn't match the questions. And underneath all of it, steady and foundational, was the rule. Don't go outside after midnight. The rule that had no reason. The rule that everyone followed and no one discussed. I started watching more carefully. Not just the readings and the camera. I watched the people. I noticed that Griggs, who had been on the rig for the better part of 3 months, never went to the exterior walkways during his night shifts. His job as a welder sometimes required exterior work, but he scheduled all of it during daylight hours, even when this meant leaving tasks unfinished at the end of his shift and picking them up 12 hours later. I noticed that Lou, the safety technician, performed his nightly rounds entirely within the interior of the rig, following a route that wound through every interior module but never passed through an exterior door. I noticed that the mess hall, which had windows facing the exterior walkway on the port side, had those windows covered with opaque safety film that I had initially assumed was for insulation, but that, on closer inspection, had been applied on the inside, not the outside, and recently. The edges were clean, not weathered. I noticed that the satellite phone, which was available for personal calls during designated hours, was in a room with no exterior walls. I noticed that the emergency muster station, which on every other rig I'd trained on was located at an exterior assembly point, was here designated as the mess hall, interior, enclosed, away from the outside. Every critical function, every gathering point, every piece of equipment that people needed to use was located in the interior of the rig, as far from the exterior walls as the structure allowed. The rig was not designed this way. The layout was standard, with access points and exterior walkways distributed throughout, but the people on the rig had reorganized their lives around the interior had pulled themselves inward like an organism retracting from a stimulus, and had done so gradually and completely enough that it felt normal. It felt like the way things were. It was only when you mapped it, when you traced the patterns of movement and placement and routine, that you saw the shape of the avoidance. I am not a paranoid person. I want to state that clearly, because what I'm describing might sound like paranoia, and I want to distinguish between the irrational suspicion that the world is conspiring against you and the rational observation that the people around you are behaving in a coordinated way that they have not explained. I was not afraid of my coworkers. I did not believe they wished me harm. I believed they were following a protocol that I had not been fully briefed on, and that the protocol involved avoiding the exterior of the rig after midnight, and that the reason for this avoidance was something they had collectively decided not to discuss with new arrivals. Whether this was because the reason was dangerous or embarrassing or simply too difficult to articulate, I didn't know. But I intended to find out, because I was 6 weeks into a 12-week rotation, and the idea of spending another 6 weeks in a controlled environment that I did not understand was worse than the idea of understanding something I might not want to know. The opportunity came on a night in early December. I know it was early December because I'd checked my calendar that morning, and it said the 7th, and I'd confirmed it against the date on the satellite phone display, which also said the 7th, and the two agreed, which felt like a minor victory in an environment where agreement between systems was no longer something I took for granted. The weather had been calm for 2 days, which was unusual. The wind had dropped. The fog had thinned. The sea, visible from the mess hall during the brief hours of gray light, was flat and still in a way that looked unnatural, like a photograph of the ocean rather than the ocean itself. The rig was quieter, not silent. The hum was always there, but the wind noise that usually overlaid it was absent, and in its absence, other sounds became more distinct. The creak of metal, the tick of cooling systems, and the sounds from outside, the ones I'd been hearing for weeks, were louder. Or rather, they were more present, more defined, no longer masked by weather. I could hear them clearly from the control room, the dragging sound, the intermittent impacts, and something new, a low, sustained vibration that was not the hum of the machinery, but that ran parallel to it, a few hertz lower, like a harmonic, like something vibrating in sympathy with the rig, but not part of it. At 12:30 in the morning, I put on my coat. I put on my gloves. I picked up my flashlight. I put my logbook in my pocket. I stood at the interior door that led to the exterior walkway on the starboard side, the walkway that ran from the residential module past the control room to the upper deck, and I put my hand on the latch, and I stood there. I want to describe what hesitation feels like when it is not dramatic. In stories, hesitation is a moment, a pause before the leap, a breath before the plunge. In reality, hesitation is a duration. It is standing at a door for 4 minutes, fully dressed, fully equipped, fully decided, and not opening it. It is your hand on the latch and your body perfectly still, and your mind running the same loop. Open the door, don't open the door, open the door, don't open the door. Without resolution, without progress, without any new information entering the loop to tip it one way or the other. The arguments for opening the door were professional. The arguments against were also professional. I was supposed to monitor the systems. The systems were behaving anomalously. Physical verification was part of my training. But the rule said don't go outside after midnight. The rule was also part of my training. The two instructions contradicted each other, and I was standing in the contradiction, and the contradiction was a door. I opened it. The cold was immediate and absolute, not gradual, not a transition from warm to cool to cold. It was a wall. I stepped through it, and the warmth of the interior was gone, as though it had never existed, replaced by a cold so thorough that it felt less like temperature and more like substance, like walking into water. My breath crystallized instantly. The moisture in my nostrils froze. My eyes watered, and the tears chilled on my cheeks. I pulled my collar up and oriented myself. The walkway stretched ahead of me, narrow, metal-grated, with railings on both sides, and the ocean somewhere below, invisible in the darkness. The rig's lights, the navigation lights, the safety lights, the scattered illumination from interior windows provided a fragmentary, orange-tinted visibility that extended about 20 feet in any direction before dissolving into blackness. The fog was thinner than usual, but still present, a gauze over everything, softening edges, blurring distances. The machinery hum was louder out here, or rather, it was different. Less a vibration in the chest and more a sound in the ears, mechanical and identifiable. The generators and compressors and pumps all speaking their separate languages without the muffling of walls and insulation to blend them into one. I stood on the walkway and listened. The sounds I'd been hearing from inside were not audible, or they were there, but they were indistinguishable from the general noise of the rig, swallowed up in the clatter and thrum of machinery and wind and sea. I took a few steps. The grating was icy underfoot, and I moved carefully, one hand on the railing, the flashlight in the other. The beam was strong, but the fog ate it, turned it into a cone of illuminated mist that showed me nothing beyond its own reach. I walked the length of the walkway. I don't know exactly how long it was. 50 meters, maybe 60. It ran straight from the residential module to the junction point, where it connected to the stairway leading up to the upper deck and down to the lower deck. I walked it slowly, stopping every few meters to listen, to look, to sweep the flashlight over the railing, the wall, the deck beneath my feet. Everything was as it should have been. Steel, ice, rust, rivets. The walkway was the walkway. The rig was the rig. I reached the junction and stopped. The stairway going down led to the lower deck, to the mechanical bay, to the exterior door with the wheel lock that might or might not have moved. The stairway going up led to the helipad and the upper deck, where the derrick stood like a skeleton against the sky. I chose up. I don't know why. Maybe because the camera covered the upper deck, and I wanted to see with my eyes what the camera had shown me on the monitor. The fog, the lights, the empty expanse of steel and air. I climbed the stairs. They were narrow and steep and coated with ice, and I gripped the railing with both hands and moved slowly, deliberately, placing each foot with care. The wind, absent for 2 days, was present up here. Not strong, but steady. A thin stream of air that came from the northwest and carried with it a smell I had not noticed before. Not the usual smell of the rig. Diesel, brine, metal, cold. Something else. Something organic. Faint, like kelp maybe. Or like the smell of a tide pool, that rich, complex, biological scent of things growing and decaying in salt water. Except we were 200 miles from any shore, over deep water where nothing grew, and the rig's discharge systems were on the opposite side of the structure. I reached the upper deck. The helipad was ahead of me, a broad, flat expanse with the landing circle painted in fading yellow. Beyond it, the derrick rose into the fog, its latticed steel visible for the first 40 or 50 feet, and then fading into gray obscurity. The deck was empty. The lights were on, casting their orange pools on the wet, icy surface. I stood there and turned slowly, 360 degrees, sweeping the flashlight in a wide arc. The rig extended around me, a geometry of platforms and walkways and structures that I knew, that I had studied on the layout diagram in the safety briefing room, that I had walked through during orientation. I knew where everything was. The residential module behind me and to the left, the control room below, the pump room to the right, the mechanical bay below that, the derrick above, the ocean around. But something was wrong. I want to be precise about this, because precision matters, and because what I'm describing is not the kind of thing that lends itself to precision. The rig looked the same. The structures were where they should have been. The lights were where they should have been. The distances were correct. And yet there was a quality to it, standing on the upper deck at 12:50 in the morning in early December. That was not the quality I expected. It was the quality of a photograph as opposed to a scene. It was the quality of a model as opposed to a building. It was a flatness, a stillness, a sense that the thing I was looking at was complete and finished and sealed, and that I was on the outside of it in a way that had nothing to do with physical location and everything to do with some other kind of boundary that I could not name. I looked at the residential module. The windows were lit. I could see the corridor light through the frosted glass, warm and yellow. I looked at the pump room. The porthole was dark. Okafor must have been away from the window. I looked at the walkway I'd come up from, the stairs, the railing, all present, all correct, all exactly where they should be. But the distances were wrong. Not wrong in a measurable way. Not wrong in a way that I could confirm with a tape measure or a step count. Wrong in the way that things are wrong in a dream. Subtly, internally, in a register that the conscious mind cannot access, but the body understands. The residential module was too far away, or the pump room was too close, or the derrick was at a slightly different angle than it should have been relative to my position. I could not identify the specific discrepancy. I could only feel it, a low, persistent dissonance between where I stood and what I saw, as though the rig had been disassembled and reassembled with every piece in the correct position, but the spaces between them altered, stretched, or compressed in ways too small to quantify and too large to ignore. I stood very still. The wind moved over me. The smell, the organic tidal smell, was stronger up here, or I was more aware of it, and it carried with it a sound, not the machinery sound, not the ice sound, a new sound, low and rhythmic, coming from below, from the water, a sound like breathing, not human breathing, not animal breathing, the breathing of a large, slow system, an expansion and contraction, a taking in and letting out, regular and immense. I could feel it in the deck beneath my feet, a gentle rise and fall that was not the sea. I knew the sea's movement, its irregular, wave-driven rocking, but something else, something with a longer period, a deeper rhythm, as though the rig were resting on the chest of something that was alive and sleeping. I turned off my flashlight. I don't know why I did this. It was not a decision. It was an action that my hand performed while my mind was occupied with the sound and the smell and the wrongness of the distances, and by the time I noticed it, the light was off and the darkness was around me, and the only illumination was the rig's own lights, the orange navigation beacons, and the warm glow of the interior windows. And in that reduced light, the fog seemed closer, thicker, and the edges of the rig seemed less defined, as though the structure was dissolving into the air at its periphery, losing its boundaries, becoming continuous with the dark and the cold and the water below. I stood there for what I believe was about 4 minutes, though I did not check the time and my sense of duration had become unreliable. The breathing sound continued. The smell continued. The sense of displacement continued. Nothing happened. Nothing appeared. Nothing moved except the fog, which drifted in slow, heavy currents that did not correspond to the direction of the wind. I watched the fog move, and I noticed that it moved toward the rig, not away from it. It moved inward from all directions, converging on the structure as though drawn to it, as though the rig were the center of a slow, invisible inhalation. I turned the flashlight back on. I walked back to the stairway. I descended. I walked the exterior walkway back to the residential module. I opened the door. I stepped inside. The warmth hit me like a sound, sudden and enveloping, and the hum of the machinery was back in my chest, and the fluorescent light was on my face, and I was inside again, and the door was closed behind me, and I stood in the corridor and breathed and felt the ice on my eyelashes begin to melt and run down my cheeks like tears I had not produced. I went back to the control room. I sat down. I checked the time. It was 1:14 in the morning. I'd been outside for approximately 44 minutes. The console readings were normal, all of them. Every gauge, every sensor, every indicator. All within the green range, all stable, all exactly where they should be. The secondary pump reading, which had been erratic and unreliable for weeks, was centered perfectly in the acceptable range. The camera feed showed the helipad, empty, fog-bound, lit by navigation lights. Nothing unusual, nothing moving. The fog in the camera image was drifting in the direction of the wind. I opened my logbook. I stared at the blank line for the 1:15 reading. I wrote the numbers. I initialed the entry. The numbers were correct. The numbers were exactly what they should be. The numbers told me that the rig was operating normally, that all systems were functioning within expected parameters, that there was nothing wrong, nothing anomalous, nothing to report. I put my pen down and looked at the numbers, and the numbers looked back at me with the calm, neutral authority of data, and I understood that the numbers would always be correct now, that whatever I had seen and heard and felt on the upper deck was not something the numbers could describe, and that the numbers, in their correctness, were not telling me that everything was fine, but rather that the system of measurement itself had boundaries, and that I had stepped outside those boundaries, and that what existed outside them was not measurable, and therefore, within the logic of the system, did not exist. I looked at the exterior camera feed. I looked at the fog drifting in the direction of the wind. I remembered the fog on the upper deck, moving inward, converging. The camera showed one thing. My memory showed another. One of them was wrong. The procedure, when instruments disagree, is to trust the physical reading. I had been physical. I had been there. I had seen it. But the camera was also physical. A lens, a sensor, a recording. It was just a different kind of being there. 2 instruments, 2 readings, no agreement. I closed my logbook. I finished my shift. The remaining hours passed in the usual way. Readings, logs, the hum, the warmth, the flat light of the monitors. At 6 in the morning, the day shift monitor arrived. A man named Pierce, who I'd spoken to perhaps half a dozen times. I handed him the logbook. He glanced at it. He said nothing unusual. It was not a question. It was a statement. I confirmed it. Nothing unusual. He sat down. I left. In the corridor outside the control room, I passed Griggs. He was heading to the mess for the start of his shift. He looked at me. He looked at my coat, which I was still wearing, which I had not taken off when I returned inside, and which had ice crystals along the seams and moisture on the sleeves where the frozen exterior had thawed in the heated air. He looked at my coat, and then he looked at my face, and his expression did something that I can only describe as closing. It was the expression of a man who has seen something he expected to see and does not want to acknowledge seeing. He nodded at me. He said, "Good morning." He kept walking. He did not ask why my coat was wet. I went to my bunk. I drew the curtain. I lay on my back and listened to the hum and the tick of the fluorescent light and the muffled sounds of the day shift beginning their routines. Boots in the corridor, the mess door opening and closing, someone laughing at something I couldn't hear. I closed my eyes. I thought about the upper deck, the wrong distances, the breathing sound, the fog moving inward. I thought about the control room, the correct numbers, the stable readings, the camera showing what the camera always showed. I thought about 2 versions of the rig, the one that existed inside the instruments and the one that existed outside them, and how they were the same rig, but not the same truth, and how I had stepped from one into the other and back again, and was now lying in the space between them, in the warm, humming, fluorescent interior that was neither the rig the instruments described, nor the rig the exterior contained, but something else, a third version, the one I lived in, the one we all lived in, the one that was maintained by the rule. Don't go outside after midnight, and by the rehearsed answers and the covered windows and the inward organization of every life on this structure. I understood then why Desmond had left. Not because of the sounds or the readings or the cold, because of the understanding. Because of the moment when you realize that the place you are in is not one place but 2, and that the boundary between them is not a wall or a rule or a protocol, but a decision. The decision to check or not check, to look or not look, to go outside or stay inside. And that this decision is not made once, but every night, at midnight, when the numbers begin to lie and the sounds begin to speak, and the fog moves in the wrong direction, and you sit in your chair and you watch your console, and you write down what it tells you, and you initial the entry, and you do not stand up, and you do not put on your coat, and you do not open the door. I thought about this. I thought about 7 more weeks. I thought about the numbers, steady and green and meaningless. I thought about the fog, moving inward, always inward. I thought about the breathing from below. I thought about Polk, who had been here 8 months and who I had never seen and whose door was always locked. I thought about Griggs, who would not look at me. I thought about Harker, who said, "Don't go outside after midnight," the same way you'd say, "Don't forget to log your hours." I lay in my bunk and listened to the rig hum around me, and I made my decision, which was the same decision everyone on the rig had made. which was not a decision at all, but an acceptance, which was to stay inside, to watch the numbers, to trust the system, to believe the instruments, to do my job. Because my job was not to understand the rig. My job was to monitor it. And monitoring is not understanding. Monitoring is recording. Monitoring is writing down what the system says and initialing the entry and turning the page and starting again. And the system said everything was normal. The system said there was nothing outside. The system said the fog moved with the wind, and the readings were stable, and the walkways were empty, and the ocean was just the ocean. And so I stayed. And so I logged the numbers, and so I did not go outside again after midnight. And the numbers were always correct, and the readings were always stable, and the sounds from outside faded, or I stopped hearing them, which might be the same thing. And the weeks passed, and the rotation ended, and the helicopter came, and I rose into the gray sky and looked down at the rig getting smaller beneath me. A shape on the water, a geometry of metal and light, and I watched it until the fog took it, and then there was only the gray, and the sound of the rotors, and the pilot who did not talk, and the water below that did not look like water. I am home now. I have been home for some time. I work a different job in a warehouse, daytime hours, solid ground beneath my feet. It is fine. It is stable. I sleep at night and wake in the morning, and the sun moves across the sky in the correct direction, and the distances between things are consistent and reliable. The world operates the way the world operates, and I am in it, and everything is as it should be. But sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the street outside is still, I hear something, not a sound exactly, a frequency, a hum, very low, very faint, at the edge of perception, the kind of thing you feel in your chest before you hear it in your ears. And I lie in bed and I listen to it, and I wonder if it's the refrigerator, or the furnace, or the electrical grid, or the traffic on the distant highway, or any of the 100 small mechanical systems that a house and a city produce without intention. And it is. It is one of those things. It is a known quantity with a known source, and I know this, and I accept this. But I also remember the rig. I remember the upper deck. I remember the distances that were wrong, and the fog that moved inward, and the breathing from below. And I remember the feeling of standing in a place that was the same place I had always been, the same structure, the same steel, the same lights, and knowing with the certainty that I could not prove and cannot now defend, that it was not the same, that the interior and the exterior were not two views of one thing, but two things, overlapping, coexisting, separated by nothing more than a door and a rule and the decision not to check. And I think about the men still on that rig. Griggs, Liu, Okafor, Pollock, behind his locked door. The new ones who will arrive and receive the same orientation and write down the same rule and ask the same questions and receive the same rehearsed answers. And I think about midnight, which is happening somewhere right now, which is always happening, because midnight moves across the world in a slow, continuous wave, and somewhere at this moment, on a rig in the dark water off the Alaskan coast, someone is sitting in a warm room watching numbers on a screen, and the numbers are correct, and the readings are stable, and the fog on the camera is moving in the direction of the wind, and the door to the exterior walkway is closed, and the rule says, "Don't go outside," and they are not going outside, and everything is normal, and everything is fine, and the hum is just the hum, and the breathing is just the sea, and the distances are correct, and the instruments do not lie. The instruments do not lie. I log this. I initial it. I turn the page. I started driving nights about 2 years ago. Not because I wanted to. Nobody wants to be out on mountain roads at 1 in the morning, coasting through fog so thick your headlights just bounce back at you like the dark itself is refusing to let you see. I started because the factory in Harlan cut half its third shift, and I was the youngest, which meant I was the first to go. My cousin Eddie told me about the ride apps. Said he cleared 400 a week just running Friday and Saturday nights, picking up drunks from the college bars down in the valley and ferrying them back up the mountain to their rentals. Easy money, he said. Mindless. You just drive and don't talk too much and let the GPS do the thinking. Eddie was right about most of that. What he didn't mention was the quiet. The long stretches between pings where it's just you and the road and the engine humming and the trees pressing in from both sides like they're leaning down to listen. Those stretches do something to you after a while. Not anything dramatic. You don't go crazy. You just start to notice things differently. The way a house looks at 3 in the morning with one light on in an upstairs window. The way a deer will stand at the edge of the road and watch you pass, and you can see its eyes holding your taillights long after you've gone by. The way silence has a weight to it out here that it doesn't have in town. I'm telling you this so you understand where my head was on the night of October 31st. I'd been driving for a long time by then. Long enough that the strangeness of the job had worn into something ordinary. I knew which gas stations stayed open past midnight. I knew which roads had cell service and which ones dropped you into a dead zone that lasted 6 miles. I knew the regulars. There was a woman named Darlene who worked overnight at the hospital in Whitesburg and needed a ride home every Tuesday and Thursday. There was a kid named Marcus who took classes online and ordered rides to his girlfriend's place at bizarre hours because he didn't have a license. I knew them. They knew me. It was a job. Halloween fell on a Thursday that year. I remember because I'd been hoping for a Friday, thinking the weekend crowd would mean more money, more college kids in costumes stumbling out of parties, more surge pricing. But Thursday meant the real partying would happen over the weekend, and the actual night of Halloween would be slow. I was right about that. By 9 o'clock I'd done exactly 2 rides. One was a teenager I dropped at a friend's house, and he was wearing a bedsheet with eye holes cut in it, and he apologized for the costume, which I thought was funny. The other was a woman who needed to get to the Walmart in Pikeville before it closed because she'd forgotten candy and the trick-or-treaters had cleaned her out. She was stressed about it in a way that made me feel for her. I told her they probably still had the big bags of the off-brand stuff. She said that was fine because kids don't care about brands. They care about volume, which is a truth I've never forgotten. After that, nothing. I sat in the parking lot of a closed Dairy Queen on Route 119 and watched the fog roll across the road in slow, deliberate waves. It was cold. Not the kind of cold that hits you, but the kind that seeps. I had the engine running for heat, but my hands were still stiff on the steering wheel, and I kept tucking them under my thighs and then pulling them out to check my phone. No pings. The app just sat there, that little green dot pulsing like a heartbeat, telling me I was online and available and that nobody needed me. I thought about going home. I did the math in my head. 2 rides, maybe $14 total after the app took its cut. Gas to get out here had probably cost me $6, so I was up $8 for 3 hours of sitting in the dark. That's not even minimum wage, that's barely a wage at all. But I'd told myself I'd work until 2, and it was only 10:15, and there's a stubbornness in me that comes from my father's side, the refusal to quit a shift early even when the shift is clearly done. So I sat there. I ate a granola bar I'd been carrying in my jacket pocket for probably 2 weeks. It was stale in a way that was almost I'd own texture. Not bad exactly, just fundamentally different from what a granola bar is supposed to be. I ate it anyway. I watched a group of kids in costumes cross the road about 100 yards ahead of me, their flashlights bobbing in the fog like little lost stars. One of them was laughing, that high, wild laugh kids have when they're out past when they should be and they know it. Then they were gone, swallowed by the dark between 2 houses, and the road was empty again. That's when my phone did something I'd never seen it do. The screen flickered. Not a glitch exactly, more like a blink, like the display took a breath. And when it came back, the ride app was still there, still showing the green dot, still pulsing. But beneath it, not on top of it, and not beside it, but somehow layered underneath, there was something else. A second interface. It didn't have a name at the top. It didn't have a logo. The background was a flat matte black, and in the center there was a single line of text in a font I didn't recognize. Ride. 31 active tonight. That was all. No explanation, no terms of service, no cheerful animation or welcome tutorial. Just those 4 words, and below them, a faint outline of what looked like an accept button, though it didn't say accept. It said, begin. I tapped out of it, swiped up, closed everything, reopened my regular app. It was still there. The normal app sat on top, functioning fine, green dot pulsing, and beneath it, like something seen through murky water, the black screen and the white text. Ride: 31 active tonight. I want to tell you I was scared, but I wasn't. I was confused, and I was a little irritated because I thought my phone had picked up some kind of adware or malware from one of those sketchy charging cables I'd bought at the gas station. I restarted the phone. The screen went black, the little spinning wheel appeared, and when it came back up, everything loaded normally. Except it was still there. I looked at it for a long time. The parking lot was empty. The fog was thickening. Somewhere down the road I could hear a dog barking. That steady, rhythmic bark that means the dog isn't alarmed, just lonely. I did what anyone would do when they're sitting alone in a parking lot on a slow night and they're $8 into a shift they'd hoped would make them $100. I pressed begin. Nothing happened at first. The screen didn't change. The black overlay just sat there, and I thought maybe it was broken. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe I'd pressed it, and now it would fade away and I could go back to waiting for real rides from real people who needed to get to real places. Then a ping came through, but it didn't come through the normal app. It came through the black screen. A small white dot appeared on what I slowly realized was a map, though it wasn't like any map interface I'd seen before. No street names, no landmarks, just a faint gray network of lines that I understood were roads, and the white dot sitting on one of them, and a thin line drawing itself from my position to the dot, showing me the route. There was no name for the passenger, no photo, no rating, just the dot and the route and, in small text at the bottom, a number, $47. $47 for what looked like a 15-minute drive. I didn't think about it long. I put the bike in gear and pulled out of the parking lot. The route took me down 119 for about 3 miles, then off onto a side road I'd driven before, but not often. Cutter Branch Road. It wound up along a creek bed, past a few houses that were spaced far apart. The kind of road where you can drive for a full minute without seeing a mailbox. The fog was worse up here. It sat in the hollows like something poured, and my headlight cut through it in a narrow cone that made everything beyond its reach feel like it didn't exist. The dot on the map brought me to a spot where the road widened slightly, just enough for a car to pull off. There was no house nearby that I could see, no driveway, no structure, just the road and the trees, and, standing at the edge of the gravel shoulder, a man. He was wearing a dark coat, the kind you'd see at a thrift store, long and heavy, buttoned up to his throat. He was maybe 50, maybe older, hard to tell in the dark. His hair was thin and combed back, and he stood very still with his hands at his sides, not looking at his phone, not waving me down, just standing there like he'd been standing there for a long time, and would have stood there for a long time more if I hadn't shown up. I pulled up beside him. He looked at the motorcycle, then at me, and he got on the back without saying anything. No greeting, no confirmation of a name, no where are we going. He just settled onto the seat behind me with a carefulness that felt practiced, like he'd ridden on the back of a motorcycle many times before, and he waited. I looked at the app. The black screen was showing a new route, a line drawn from where we were to a point about 7 miles east. No address, just the dot. I started driving. For the first 2 miles, he didn't say a word. I'm used to quiet passengers. Some people don't want to talk, and that's fine. On a motorcycle, it's harder to have a conversation anyway because of the wind and the engine noise, but you can still do it if both people are willing to raise their voices slightly. He wasn't willing. He sat behind me with a stillness that I could feel through the frame of the bike, a kind of centered, deliberate stillness, like he was concentrating on something I couldn't see. The road curved along the ridge, and the fog opened up for a moment, and I could see down into the valley below, a scattering of lights from houses and maybe a gas station. Halloween decorations visible on a few porches, even from this distance, orange and purple. Then the fog closed in again, and it was just us and the road. He got off at the spot the map indicated. It was another wide place in the road, another nowhere. There was a driveway this time, barely visible, just 2 gravel ruts disappearing into the trees. He stepped off the bike, stood there for a moment, and then, without turning around, he said the only thing he said the entire ride. "You'll want to keep the app open." His voice was flat, not unfriendly, not friendly, just flat, like he was telling me the time or reading a sign aloud. He walked down the driveway into the dark, and I watched until I couldn't see him anymore, which didn't take long. I looked at my phone. The ride had ended. The payment screen showed $47, and it had already been deposited, not into my regular account, but into something the app called a holding balance. I didn't know what that meant, but the number was there, and it was green, and $47 is $47. I sat there for a minute, engine idling, trying to figure out how I felt about what had just happened. The answer was that I didn't feel much of anything. It had been a ride, a quiet guy, a short trip, a good payout. The only unusual part was the pickup location and the lack of information, But I'd picked up people in strange spots before. Once I picked up a guy standing in the middle of a bridge at 2 in the morning. He'd been fishing and his car wouldn't start, and he needed a ride to his brother's place. That was stranger than this. Another ping came through the black screen about 4 minutes later. This time the dot was closer, only about 2 miles back the way I'd come. The payout read $38. I accepted and rode. The pickup was at the edge of a small church parking lot, the kind of white clapboard church you see every few miles out here, the kind that seats maybe 40 people and has a cemetery beside it with stones going back to the 1800s. A woman was sitting on the front steps. She was younger than the first passenger, maybe mid-30s, and she was dressed normally, jeans and a fleece jacket and boots. And when I pulled up, she smiled at me and said hi in a voice that was so ordinary, so exactly like every other passenger I'd ever picked up, that it put me at ease immediately. She climbed on the back and we started down the road, and within 30 seconds she was talking. "Busy night for you?" I said, "Not really." It had been slow. "Yeah, Halloween's weird for that. Everyone's either out walking or they're already where they're going. Nobody needs a ride on Halloween because everyone planned ahead." I said that was a good point. "Do you usually drive this late?" I told her most nights, yeah, usually until 1 or 2. "That's a lot of dark roads. Doesn't it bother you?" I said, "You get used to it." She was quiet for a moment, and I thought the conversation was over, which would have been fine. But then she said something that I didn't think much of at the time. "Do you remember everyone you've driven?" I laughed a little and said, "No, not everyone. Mostly just the regulars or the ones who stood out for some reason." "What makes someone stand out?" I thought about it. I said usually it was something they said or something about the ride itself. A funny conversation, an unusual pickup location, something like that. "So the quiet ones you forget?" I said, "I guess so, yeah. Most of the time." She didn't respond to that. We rode in silence for another mile, and then the map indicated her drop-off, which was at the entrance to a gravel road that led up into the woods. She got off, thanked me, and started walking. Then she stopped and turned back. "I think you'd remember me," she said. And she smiled again, but this time the smile was different. Not wrong, not threatening, just different in a way I couldn't place, like she was smiling at something I hadn't said yet. $38, holding balance, $85. I was feeling better about the night. $85 in under an hour, and the rides themselves had been easy. Short distances, no drama, no drunks trying to give me directions or arguing about the route. I pulled off the road near a wide spot I knew, where a creek ran under a little bridge, and I killed the engine and stretched my legs and checked my fuel. I was at about half a tank, which was plenty for the rest of the night. The air was cold enough that my breath was visible, and I stood there for a moment, watching it dissolve into the dark. The creek was making that sound creeks make in October, low and steady, running over rocks that have been there since before anyone was around to name them. Somewhere up the ridge, an owl called. Somewhere further, another one answered. The fog had thinned slightly, and I could see stars through the gaps, just a few, scattered and faint. I got back on the bike and checked my phone. Another ping was already waiting. This time the pickup was on a road I didn't recognize, and I mean that, literally. The map showed a road that, as far as I knew, didn't exist. It branched off of Route 7 about a mile past the old sawmill, and I had driven past that spot 100 times, and there was no road there. But the line on the map was clear, and the dot was sitting on it, about a quarter-mile in. I drove to the spot, and there was a road. It was narrow, just barely wide enough for a vehicle, and it wasn't paved so much as worn, the kind of road that exists because enough people drove over the same ground enough times that the grass gave up. It went up a slight incline and curved to the left, and I couldn't see where it went after that. I rode in slowly. The trees were close on both sides, close enough that branches scraped against my jacket. The ground was uneven, and the bike rocked gently as I navigated ruts and soft spots. Then the road opened into a small clearing, and a man was standing there, and he was already talking when I pulled up, mid-sentence, like he'd been having a conversation with someone who had just left. And I told her it wasn't going to matter, but she didn't listen. She never listens. You know how it is. He looked at me like I'd been there the whole time. He was tall, thin, wearing a flannel shirt and work pants, and his face had that weathered look that men get out here when they've spent decades outdoors, skin like leather that's been left in the sun. He climbed onto the back of the bike, still talking. "Anyway, you ever take this road before?" I said I hadn't, that I didn't even know it was here. He laughed. "Yeah, it comes and goes." I didn't know what that meant, and I didn't ask. The map was showing a route back down to Route 7 and then east for about 4 miles. He talked the entire time. About his garden, about how the frost had come early this year and killed his tomatoes, about a neighbor's dog that kept getting into his chickens, about a woman named Ruth who he said made the best apple butter in the county, but who charged too much for it at the farmer's market. Every topic was mundane. Every sentence was delivered in a warm, rambling, storytelling way, like we were old friends catching up on a porch somewhere. But there was something off about the timing. When I responded to something he said, his reply would come a beat too late. Not a long delay, not a full second, but just enough that it felt like he was hearing me on a slight delay, like a phone call with a bad latency. I'd say something, and there would be this tiny gap, this fraction of a pause, and then he'd respond as if the pause hadn't happened. It was the kind of thing you wouldn't notice once, but I noticed it 3 times, and once you notice a pattern like that, you can't stop. His drop-off was at a crossroads I knew, where Route 7 meets Clover Fork Road. He got off the bike, clapped me on the shoulder like we were buddies, and said, "You're a good driver. Steady hands." I said thanks. He looked at me for a moment, and the talkative warmth in his face flickered, just for an instant, like a light bulb catching before it steadies. Then he said, "Keep your eyes on the road, not on us." He said it casually, the same tone he'd used to talk about tomatoes and chickens. Then he turned and walked toward the intersection, and I watched him go, and I realized I was watching him, and something in my chest tightened, and I looked away. I looked down at my phone. The ride had ended. $52. Holding balance, $137. Keep your eyes on the road, not on us. Us. He'd said us, not me. Us. I sat at the crossroads for a while. The engine was off. I could hear the wind moving through the trees, that low, constant rushing sound that's more felt than heard. A car passed on Route 7, its headlights sweeping across the fog, and then gone, and the dark came back heavier, the way it always does after a light passes. I thought about stopping. $137 was a good night. More than good. I could go home, shower off the cold, eat something, sleep. I didn't have to keep doing this. The black screen on my phone didn't have any power over me. It was just an app, or something like an app, and I could close it or ignore it or throw the phone in the creek. But I didn't, and I want to be honest about why. It wasn't just the money, though the money was part of it. It was curiosity. A low, stubborn curiosity that sat in my gut like a warm coal. The passengers were strange, but they weren't scary. They were people, or they looked like people, and they talked like people, and they got on and got off and went wherever they were going, and the rides were short and the money was good. The strangeness was almost interesting, like a puzzle I was putting together, without knowing what the picture was supposed to be. The next ping came, and I accepted it without hesitation. This passenger was different from the others in a way I noticed immediately. She was sitting on the guardrail at the edge of a bridge, a small concrete bridge over a creek that I knew well because I'd fished in that creek as a kid. She was young, maybe 25, and she was wearing a long, dark dress that seemed wrong for the cold, and her hair was loose around her face, and she was looking down at the water when I pulled up. She turned to me slowly, and her expression was hard to read. Not sad exactly. More like the face you make when you're trying to remember something, and it's right there at the edge of your mind, but it won't come. She got on the bike without speaking. The map showed a route that went north, up a road that climbed into the higher elevations, the kind of road that narrows as it goes and eventually turns to dirt and then to nothing. We started riding. For a long time, she didn't talk. I was getting used to the quiet ones by now, and I didn't push it. The road was steep and the fog was thick, and I needed to focus on the curves anyway. But about 3 miles in, she spoke, and her voice was soft, barely above the engine noise, so that I had to focus to catch her words. "It's cold tonight." I said, yeah, it was. I used to like cold nights. You can hear more when it's cold. The sound carries. I didn't know what to say to that, so I just nodded, which she probably couldn't see but maybe felt. "Do you like driving?" I said it was fine, said it was better when there were people to drive. Is that what this is? Driving people? I wasn't sure what she meant, so I said I supposed so. She was quiet again for another mile. The road had turned to gravel, and the bike was bouncing slightly on the uneven surface, and I had to slow down. The trees were taller up here, old growth, and they arched over the road like the ribs of something enormous. "You seem calm," she said. I said I didn't have a reason not to be. Most people would. Most people who see us. They feel it earlier. I didn't respond to that. I'm not sure why. It wasn't that I didn't hear her or that I didn't understand what she was implying. It was more that responding felt like it would make it real. Like as long as I didn't acknowledge what she'd just said, it could still be a normal conversation between a driver and a passenger on a cold night. She seemed to understand my silence because she didn't push it. Instead, she said, "I like the way the trees look at night. During the day, they're just trees. At night, they're something else, something older." I said I'd thought the same thing. "I know," she said. "That one landed differently. I know. Not I think so too. Not I agree. I know." As though she'd been present for the thought when I'd had it. Her drop-off was at a place where the road ended, just stopped, turning into a footpath that went up into darkness. She got off the bike and stood there for a moment, and the wind moved her hair, and she looked at me with that same searching expression she'd had at the bridge. "You're doing well," she said. "Just don't ask their names." She said it gently, like advice, like something a friend would tell you. Then she walked up the path, and the dark took her in, and I sat there listening to my own breathing, and I realized my hands were shaking. Not a lot, just a fine tremor, the kind you get when your body understands something your mind hasn't caught up to yet. $41, holding balance, $178. Don't ask their names. I hadn't asked anyone's name all night. I hadn't even thought to. In the regular app, names show up on the screen. You know who you're picking up. But in this other system, there were no names, and I'd accepted that without questioning it, which, now that I was thinking about it, was strange in itself. You'd think the absence of something that fundamental would bother you right away, but it hadn't. It had felt natural, the way certain things in dreams feel natural, even when they shouldn't. I rode back down the mountain slowly. My headlight caught a deer standing in the road, and I stopped and waited, and the deer watched me with its black eyes, perfectly still, and then it turned and walked into the trees with that unhurried elegance that deer have, like the entire world is beneath their concern. I watched it go. I thought about what the woman had said about sound carrying in the cold, and I listened, and she was right. I could hear things I normally couldn't. The creek far below, the branches moving against each other, something small rustling in the leaves off to my left. I checked my fuel again, getting lower. There was a gas station on Route 119 that stayed open until midnight, and it was close to 11:30, so I rode there and filled up. The guy behind the counter was dressed as a vampire. Cape, fake teeth, the whole thing. He was reading a magazine and looked bored in the way that only a gas station attendant in a vampire costume at 11:30 on a Thursday night can look bored. I paid for the gas and bought a coffee, and the coffee was terrible, burnt and thin, but it was hot, and I stood outside by the pumps and held the cup in both hands and let the warmth soak into my fingers. A few cars passed on the road. A truck with a jack-o'-lantern strapped to its brush guard. A minivan with a window sticker that said, "My other car is a broom." Normal things. Halloween things. The world was still the world. People were still dressed up and driving around and buying candy and watching horror movies and doing all the things people do on this night. And I was one of them, sort of, standing at a gas pump with a bad coffee. Just a guy working a shift. I got back on the bike. My phone pinged before I'd even left the station lot. This pickup was close, less than a mile away, at the entrance to a trailer park I knew. The person was standing under a streetlight, and as I approached, I could see it was a man, heavy-set, wearing a baseball cap and a canvas jacket, and he had a paper bag in one hand. He looked like every other middle-aged guy in this part of the state. He looked like my uncle. He looked like the guys who come into the hardware store on Saturday mornings and spend 45 minutes talking about nothing before they buy a box of screws. He got on the bike and said, "Lord, it's cold." And I said, "Yeah," and he said, "My wife's gonna be mad I'm out this late." And I laughed, and he laughed, and for a moment it felt so completely, utterly normal that I almost forgot about the black screen and the nameless passengers and the woman on the mountain who'd said, "Don't ask their names." "You know where Denny Hollow is?" he asked. I said I did. It was about 10 minutes south. "Good, good. My truck broke down out there this morning. I've been meaning to get back to it all day, and just kept putting it off. You know how it is." I did know how it was. I'd put off a dozen things that week alone. We rode. He talked about his truck, a '94 Chevy that he loved, and that was, by his own description, held together by rust and stubbornness. He talked about how his son wanted him to buy something newer, and he kept saying he would, but never did. He talked about the weather and whether it would snow early this year. Every word was ordinary. Every sentence was the kind of thing you'd hear in a diner or a waiting room or standing in line at the post office. Then he said, "You picked up Ruth yet tonight?" I said I didn't know. I didn't know any of their names. He chuckled. Right. They don't give names on this thing, do they? That's probably smart." Something about the way he said that made me pay attention. "Why is that smart?" I asked. I asked before I thought about it, and as soon as the words were out, I felt something shift. Not in the air, not in the temperature, nothing I could point to, just a shift. Like the moment in a conversation when you realize you've said something you shouldn't have. He didn't answer right away. The delay was longer than the flannel shirt man's had been. This was a full second, maybe two, of silence that felt deliberate. Then he said, "Oh, you know, privacy and all that." And the conversation moved on, and he talked about his truck some more, and we got to Denny Hollow, and there was indeed a truck on the shoulder, an old Chevy that looked exactly as he'd described it. He got off the bike, patted the seat the way you'd pat a horse, and said, "Appreciate it, brother." I said no problem. He started toward his truck, then turned back. "Hey, how many more you got tonight?" I said I didn't know. He nodded, slowly, like that was the answer he expected. "Well, be safe out there." He paused, and then he said, "And I wouldn't ask too many questions. Some of them don't like questions." He opened his truck door, and the dome light came on, and for a moment I could see his face clearly, and his expression was not the jovial, good old boy expression he'd been wearing. It was something else, something careful, something watchful. Then the door closed and the light went out, and I was alone on the road. $35. Holding balance, $213. I sat there in the dark, and I thought about what was happening, really thought about it. 5 rides. 5 people who came from nowhere and went to nowhere, and who talked to me like I was a person, but who weren't. I was becoming increasingly sure, people themselves. Or weren't only people. Or weren't people in the way I understood the word. But here's the thing, and this is the part that's hard to explain. I wasn't scared. I should have been. Something in my brain was telling me I should have been, sending up little flares, little warnings, the way your body tells you to pull your hand back from a hot stove. But overriding that was something else, something quieter and deeper, a feeling that I was safe as long as I did the right things. And the right things, I was beginning to understand, were simple. Drive where the map says. Don't stare. Don't ask names. Don't ask too many questions. Answer when spoken to, but keep it short. Don't argue. Don't challenge what they say. These weren't rules anyone had told me. Nobody had sat me down and given me a list. They were just things I'd absorbed through the rides, through the conversations, through the small moments where something felt right and the small moments where something felt wrong. They were instincts, the same way you develop instincts for anything you do enough times. A factory worker learns which machines to stand close to and which to give space. A driver learns which roads to take slow. I was learning how to carry passengers who weren't passengers. My phone pinged again. I looked at it for a long time. The dot was about 6 miles away, on a road that climbed up toward the ridge where the old fire tower stands. I knew that road. It was narrow and steep, and in some places the drop-off on the right side was significant enough that you didn't want to look at it. $63. I accepted. The ride up to the fire tower road took about 15 minutes, and I was alone the entire way, and the aloneness felt more present than it had earlier. Not lonely, present. Like the aloneness itself was a thing sitting beside me, keeping me company. The fog had thickened again, and my headlight was only reaching about 30 feet ahead, and beyond that was nothing, absolute nothing, the kind of dark that makes you understand why people used to believe in edges of the world. The pickup point was at a pull-off near the trailhead to the fire tower. I'd been up there once during the day, years ago, and the view was incredible. The entire valley spread out below in greens and golds. At night there was no view. There was just the dark and the trees and a figure standing at the edge of the gravel. It was a woman. She was older, maybe 60, and she was wearing a long coat and gloves and a scarf, dressed for the cold in a way that the young woman on the bridge hadn't been. Her face was kind. That's the word that came to me immediately. Kind. She had the face of someone who'd spent a lifetime being patient with people, the face of a teacher or a nurse or a grandmother who always had time for one more story. She got on the bike carefully, settling herself, and she said, "Thank you for coming all the way up here." I said it was no problem. "I imagine it's been a long night for you." I said it had been, a little, but a profitable one at least. I didn't know how to respond to that, so I just said, "Yeah." The map showed a route that went back down the mountain and then east, into a part of the county I didn't know as well, where the roads got smaller and the houses got fewer, and the sense of being at the edge of something habitable grew stronger. We rode in silence for a while, and her silence was different from the other silent passengers. It was warm, companionable, like sitting with someone in a room where neither of you needs to talk because you're comfortable enough not to. Eventually she said, "You remind me of someone." I waited. "Someone who used to drive this road a long time ago, before the app, before any of this." She gestured vaguely, and I wasn't sure if she meant the motorcycle or the phone or the entire concept of ride-sharing. He drove a truck, old blue truck. He'd come up and down this mountain every night, and sometimes we'd see him, and sometimes he'd stop. I asked if he was a friend of hers. In a way, he was like you, calm, didn't ask too many questions, knew how to sit with something strange without trying to understand it. I wanted to ask what she meant by we. I wanted to ask who they were, what they were, where they came from, and where they went. The questions were right there, pressing against the inside of my teeth like water against a dam. But I didn't ask. I kept my eyes on the road. "That's good," she said, as if she'd heard the questions I didn't ask and was approving of my decision not to. "That's exactly right." We rode in silence for another few minutes. The road was descending, curving through a series of switchbacks that required my full attention. She leaned with the turns naturally, not fighting the bike's movement, not stiffening, just flowing with it. "I want you to know," she said, and her voice was softer now, almost tender, "that we don't mean you any harm. I don't say that because you need reassurance. I say it because it's true, and truth matters on nights like this." I said I appreciated that. But I also want you to know that this night is different from other nights. The 31st. Things are closer tonight. Thinner, do you understand? I said I thought I did, even though I wasn't sure I did. The app will keep sending you rides. That's what it does. And you can stop at any time. You can turn off your phone and go home and sleep. And in the morning, the app will be gone and you'll have your money, and that will be the end of it. She paused. But if you keep driving, the rides will keep coming, and the later it gets, the closer things get. The thinner. Her drop-off was at a spot where the road crossed a small bridge over a dry creek bed. She got off and stood on the bridge and looked at me, and her kind face was still kind, but there was something behind the kindness now, something ancient and deep, like looking into a well and realizing you can't see the bottom. "You're a good young man," she said. "Be careful with the next one." $63. Holding balance, $276. Be careful with the next one. I sat on the bridge for a long time after she left. The dry creek bed below was full of leaves, and the wind was moving them in slow spirals, and the sound was like whispering, like a conversation happening just below the threshold of understanding. I looked at the holding balance on my phone. $276. That was more than I'd made in any single week driving the regular app. In one night, in a few hours. My phone showed the time as 12:07 a.m. It was no longer Halloween. It was November 1st. But the black screen was still there, still overlaying the regular app, still pulsing with that slow, steady rhythm. A thought occurred to me that I hadn't considered before. I pulled up the regular app, the real one, and checked my ride history. The 2 rides from earlier in the evening were there, the kid in the bedsheet and the woman going to Walmart, but nothing else. None of the rides from the black screen showed up in my regular history. As far as the normal app was concerned, I'd done 2 rides and then sat idle for 3 hours. I checked my regular account balance, $14.23, the same as before. I checked the holding balance on the black screen, $276, 2 separate systems, 2 separate realities. Another ping. The dot appeared on the map. Close, less than a mile. The payout read $55. Be careful with the next one. I accepted. The pickup was at the side of the road, a stretch of 2-lane blacktop between 2 hills. No structures nearby, no reason for anyone to be standing there, but someone was. He was young. That was the first thing I noticed. Younger than me, maybe 20, 21. He was thin, almost gaunt, and he was wearing a t-shirt and jeans, despite the cold. No jacket, no shoes. His feet were bare on the asphalt, and they were pale, so pale they almost glowed in the headlight. He was looking directly at me when I pulled up. Not at the road, not at his phone, not at the dark. At me. Like he'd been watching me approach for a long time, tracking the headlight as it came around the curves. He got on the bike. His weight was almost nothing. He felt like a child back there, like he barely existed in physical space, and he was cold. I could feel the cold coming off him through the back of my jacket, a cold that wasn't just temperature, but something else, something that felt like it had depth, like it went down and down. The map showed a route heading west, back toward Route 119, about 8 miles. We rode. He didn't speak for the first few minutes, and I didn't try to start a conversation. The old woman's words were sitting in my chest like a stone. Be careful, Careful how? Careful of what? She hadn't said. Then he spoke, and his voice was young, matching his appearance, but it had a quality that the others hadn't had, a directness, like he was reading from a script that he didn't fully understand but was committed to delivering. Your name's Caleb. He said it like a statement, not a question, and he was right. I didn't respond. You grew up on Pigeon Creek Road. Your mom's name was Susan. Your dad worked at the factory. You have a scar on your left hand from a fishing hook when you were 9. My hands tightened on the grips. He was right about all of it, every single detail. The scar was there, a thin white line on the back of my left hand, half hidden by the glove I was wearing. How do you know that? I said. And I said it calmly, even though my heart was hammering in a way that I could feel in my throat. I said it calmly because calm felt safe, and the instinct that had been building all night was screaming at me that calm was the only thing I had. He didn't answer for a moment. The delay again, that slightly too long pause. Then he said, I don't know it. I just said it. That made no sense and perfect sense at the same time. Do you recognize me? He asked. I looked at him in the mirror. Just a glance, just a fraction of a second. He was looking at me, and his face was... I looked away. I looked at the road. Don't, I said. I said it quietly, almost to myself. Don't do that. And he didn't. Whatever I had almost seen in that glance, whatever his face had been in the process of becoming, it stopped. He settled behind me, and the cold coming off him receded slightly, and we rode the rest of the way in silence. His drop-off was at the edge of Route 119, near the Dairy Queen where I'd started the night. He got off the bike and stood on the shoulder, barefoot on the cold asphalt, and he looked at me without whatever had been in his face before. He just looked young and tired and a little lost. I'm sorry, he said. That happens sometimes. The knowing, it leaks. I didn't say anything. You can stop after this. She told you that, right? The woman on the mountain. You can stop whenever you want. I nodded. He turned to walk away, then stopped. But there's one more. There's always one more. $55. Holding balance, $331. I pulled into the Dairy Queen parking lot, the same spot I'd been sitting in hours ago when this started. The same empty lot, the same dark building with its unlit sign, the same fog pressing against everything. But it didn't feel the same. The lot felt smaller. The dark felt closer. And the silence, which earlier had been just silence, now felt like it was listening. I turned off the engine. I took off my gloves and looked at my hands. The scar on my left hand. The fishing hook. I'd been 9 years old, sitting on the bank of Pigeon Creek with my father, and the hook had gone through the web of skin between my thumb and forefinger, and my father had removed it with the calm, practiced steadiness of a man who'd dealt with hooks and skin before. It had bled a lot. I'd cried, not from the pain but from the surprise, and my father had said, "It's all right. It's just blood. It's got somewhere to be." That was the kind of thing my father said. The boy on the bike had known about that, had known about my mother, my street, my name, had said he didn't know it, he just said it. And I was turning that over in my mind, trying to understand it, and I couldn't. Some things resist understanding. They sit in front of you and they are clearly real and they clearly happened, but the mechanism behind them is invisible or absent or operating on principles you have no framework for. I put my gloves back on. My hands were shaking again, worse this time, and the gloves helped hide it from myself, which was enough. The black screen was still there. No ping yet. Just the black screen and the faint gray map and the holding balance glowing green. $331. I could stop. Multiple passengers had told me I could stop. The old woman had practically begged me to consider it. But there's one more. The boy had said there's always one more, and I could feel the truth of that in the way you can feel a storm coming before the sky changes, in the barometric pressure of the situation, in the weight of the night leaning toward its conclusion. I waited. The minutes passed. I counted them by the slow pulse of the screen. 12:22, 12:23, 12:24. I thought about money, not in a greedy way, in a practical way. $331. That was my electricity bill and my phone bill and gas for 2 weeks. That was groceries. That was the difference between making it through the month and not. I thought about how easy the rides had been, mechanically speaking. Pick someone up, drive them where the map says, drop them off. The conversations were strange, but they were just conversations. Nobody had hurt me. Nobody had even been unkind, really. The worst thing that had happened was a boy who knew my name and had a cold that came off him like a draft from an open window. 12:31. The ping came. The dot appeared on the map. It was at the Dairy Queen. It was here. It was in the parking lot. I looked up from my phone. There was no one there. The lot was empty. The building was dark. The fog moved slowly across the pavement, and the orange glow of a streetlight on the road caught the edge of it and made it look like something breathing. I looked back at the phone. The dot was still there, on top of my own location, as if the passenger was already here. $0. No payout listed, just a dash where the number should be. I sat very still. The engine was off. The only sound was my own breathing and the distant hum of a power line somewhere behind the building. I looked up again, slowly, scanning the lot. I started doing late-night deliveries because I needed work. The broken picnic tables behind the Dairy Queen where teenagers used to sit in the summer. The official reason was money. Then I looked in my mirror, which was true enough to say aloud. Someone was already on the bike. Rent had gone up again on the one-bedroom sunny side so that I had talked myself that I had to keeping after Marissa moved out. But it was there now. I could have left the unmistakable shift in the bike's balance, but I had already done the math on broker's fees, moving costs, I could feel security deposit body, or the cost of replacing all the small arrangements of a life that had broken without actually ending. I was still sending money to my mother in every instinct I'd built over the course of the night. My day job at a small print shop in Midtown had been down from 40 hours to 28. Eyes on the road, and then you can start driving whenever you're ready. Friday conversation said a voice behind me to none. It was a woman's voice. I applied for other things in the daytime, middle-aged, rode the 7 into Manhattan, the kind of voice that sounds like it's smiling, fit at the neck, even when the words came home neutral. With the same silence waiting for me in the apartment, but I couldn't place it. And by 10 at night, the way I was usually too restless to sleep anyway. The first few notes, I had a car, can't remember the title or where it was a dented gray Civic. I started the engine. Had sold me for less than it was worth. Rumbled to life after he stopped driving. I pulled out of the parking lot. Most people there was no New York on delivery work as bikes, the black and scooters still there, and people slipping between buses with insulated boxes, no dots to their backs, no destination, but just the black screen enough and the holding balance. And if you don't mind working in the center where the map where train lines thin out and buildings spread apart, drive a car. So I drove. I went south on 119. Because parts of Brooklyn was the direction I was facing. The edges of the road was open, the bonuses and the fog was thinner in that direction. The app didn't care what you drove. The night was deep now when it told the deepest part. Past midnight
first,
and moving toward
was ordinary
in the way that
the hour when
repetitive
the last lights
can
and the
become
last
almost
houses go out,
soothing, and the world
the app
belongs
would send a
entirely to
chime.
the dark.
I would glance down
The
at
woman
phone
behind
clip
me was
beside the
silent for the
vent,
first few
accept
miles or decline. I could feel her
then follow
presence,
a route
the way
that I
you
only
feel
half
someone
memorized,
watching you from
because
across
it
a
would
room,
be replaced by another
a warm
one
pressure
before
on
the
the back
last
of your
had settled in my
consciousness.
head.
She
Park
wasn't
where I
cold
could,
like the boy had been.
hazard lights on
She
if
wasn't
I had
warm
to.
either. Run in. She
Pick
was
up,
just there.
confirm,
Definitively.
drive.
Call if
Undeniably
there was
there.
no code. In a way
Leave at
that
door
the other
if the
passengers
instructions
hadn't
said
quite
to.
been. Take the photo.
Then she said,
Wait through the weak elevator
How are you
smell
doing,
of old
Caleb?
carpet and cleaning fluid in buildings.
My name again.
Where the halls were too warm
But
at
this
any
time,
hour. It didn't startle me. Stand under
This
LED
time it
awnings
felt like being
outside
addressed by
apartment
someone
towers in
who'd
Long
always
Island
known
City,
my name,
while someone
been
using
using
it for came down to get a poke bowl.
I said I was
didn't
doing
look at
all
me.
right.
Thread.
Are you
through
tired?
Astoria, where there was
I said
always
a
a
little.
man walking very slowly with
That's
groceries.
natural.
No
It's
matter
late.
what time it
You've
was.
been working hard.
Watch steam
paused.
rise from street grates.
You've
on
been
nights
doing this
that
well,
weren't
you know.
actually cold enough
Better
to
than
deserve
most.
it. The job
I didn't
had a
ask
shape
what most
that settled
meant.
my mind. I didn't ask who else
I
had
liked
done
the
this.
small
Practical
I
decisions.
kept my
eyes on the road, and I
whether
drove.
I could fit near a hydrant
the woman
for
on the
2
bridge,
minutes without
she
getting
said.
noticed.
Did she say
Which
something
Chinese
to you?
place taped
The young
drinks
one.
well,
And which
I said
one would
she
hand
told
over a
me not
paper
to ask
cup
their
with a lid
names.
already leaning? That's good advice.
Where I could find
names
coffee
are
after
complicated.
1 in the morning.
Names are
that
anchors.
didn't taste metallic.
You give something a name and you've tied
Which
it
doormen
to you.
were helpful and
or
which
you
ones
to
considered
it.
food.
It goes
beneath
both
the
ways.
dignity of the lobby. I drove.
The city after midnight was
the road
still
curved
busy,
through a small
but
town
it was
that
a lower
dead
kind
asleep.
of busy. Every window
Less
dark,
arguing, every
less
street
performance.
empty. A
People were
jack-o'-lantern
tired
on a
enough
porch
to show
had burned
their real
itself
habits,
out, and its face
There
had
were things
softened
about
and
it
collapsed
I didn't like,
inward.
and
The
it
waiting
looked sadder than
mostly.
a carved pumpkin should
Waiting
be able
outside
to look.
restaurants while the
man at the
behind the
crossroads,
counter
she insisted
continued.
an order was almost
Did he tell
ready.
you to stop asking questions?
Waiting for customers
I
who
said
said they
something
were
like
coming
that.
down now. He
And
was
clearly
looking out
had
for
not
you.
yet stood up from their
They
couch.
all were, in their way, waiting for
Even
the
the
app to
boy,
decide whether I had been
especially
at the
the boy.
correct location long
He didn't
enough
mean
to
to
mark
frighten
something
you.
delivered. He didn't
There was
frighten
also
me.
the way fatigue
I
got
said,
in around
and
the
it was
edges
half
after a
true.
few hours.
She laughed.
Your attention would
It
narrow
was a soft
without you
laugh,
noticing.
not mocking.
A
Genuinely
red light
amused.
could feel personal.
You're a bad
A
liar,
left turn
Caleb.
could become the most
But that's
important
all right.
event of your life.
Being a bad
30
liar
seconds.
is a sign of a good person.
By 3 in the morning,
We drove through the
I would
town and
sometimes
back into the
realize
dark.
I had not
beyond
listened
it,
to a
where the
full
houses
song on the
thinned out,
radio, and the trees
only
came
to
back,
the beginnings
and the
of
road
several.
began to climb again.
Still, it was manageable.
I realized I'd been
Better than
driving
being
for 10
in the
minutes
apartment,
and had no idea
where every
I was
surface
going.
had become evidence that
The
two
map was
people
still
had arranged
blank.
a life together.
Just the word
and
drive.
then one of them had stepped out
Where
of
am
it
I
more
taking
cleanly
you?
than the
I
other.
asked.
You're
Better
not
than
taking
lying
me
awake.
anywhere. I'm just
Better than
riding.
explaining to friends
Is
that
there
I
a
was
destination?
figuring some things out.
There's
The
always
warning
a
came early
destination,
enough
Caleb.
that I should have
You
remembered
just
it
don't
better.
always get to see it on a screen.
It was my 4th or 5th
We
night.
rode in
sometime
silence
after
for a while
one.
longer. The
I
road
was waiting
climbing
inside
into
one
the
of those
mountains,
shared kitchens,
and the
in
air
Long
was
Island
getting
City,
colder,
where
and
5
the fog
restaurants
was thicker,
operate out of a
and
fluorescent
the only
room
thing
with
in the
too many
world
stickers
was
on
the
the
cone
glass
of light
door
from my headlamp.
The place
And
always
the
smelled
road
like hot
unspooling
oil
ahead,
laid over bleach.
and the woman behind me.
There were 4 of us
felt
standing
like
near
she'd
the
been
pickup
there
shelf,
forever.
all men,
Can I
all
ask
with
you
insulated
something?
bags,
I said.
all looking at our
You can
phones with
ask.
a concentration
What
that
is
made us
Ride
resemble
31?
gamblers more than
She didn't
workers.
answer right away.
One guy in a Yankees
pause
cap
was
kept
long,
sighing heavily
longer
at
than
nothing.
the delayed response
Another had
man,
a bike helmet
longer
hanging
than
from
any
his
pause
backpack,
from any passenger
and was eating
all night.
fries out of an order that
It
was
lasted
not
so
his.
long that I thought she might not
A
answer at
dispatcher
all.
voice came now and then
The
through a
road
ceiling
curved,
speaker,
and I leaned
calling out
into
order
it,
numbers to
and
no
I
one
could
in
feel her
particular.
leaning with me.
Somebody in the
perfectly
back
in
dropped
sync.
a metal tray. Once a year, I was checking
said,
whether it made sense
on
to
the
wait
last
for a
night of
second order
October.
from the same block.
The distance
When
between
the man
where
beside
you are
me and
maybe
where
in
we
his
are
50s,
gets very small,
stocky,
gray in the
small
beard,
enough to cross,
glanced over at my screen.
small enough that someone
You're
with
new,
a vehicle
he
and
said.
a willingness to drive
I said I
can
was.
carry us from one
He
side to
nodded,
the other,
like he had guessed
not
correctly
all the way
about
across.
something minor.
just a little
Night shift.
ways.
Mostly
A few miles here,
He took a sip
few
from
miles
a paper
there. cup,
looked toward the
enough
shelf
to remember
and said,
what it feels like.
in the same tone someone
What
might use to
feels
say,
like.
watch for the speed
Moving,
camera on
being
Queens
carried,
Boulevard.
Sitting behind
Don't look at
someone
the
and
customer's
watching the road
hands.
go by.
I looked
having a
up because I thought I
conversation.
had misheard him.
Small things.
He was already
Things you
focused
don't
on the
realize
shelf
you'll
again.
miss.
The dispatcher
drove.
crackled overhead.
The road was
Someone
leveling
behind
out
the
now,
counter called
reaching
out
the
an
top
order.
of a ridge.
The man picked up a
Through the
plastic
fog,
bag full
I
of
could see
ramen
the
containers,
faintest suggestion
adjusted
of
it
distance
in his hand,
The valley
and walked
below,
out before I could
the
ask
scattered
what he
lights,
meant.
the
I
vast
stood there
dark
with that
bowl
sentence
of the
in my
mountains
head for
cradling
maybe
everything.
10 seconds.
The app,
Then my order
said.
number appeared,
It
and
found
the night
me.
continued.
It finds
I
someone
remember
every
thinking
year.
he was either joking
Someone who drives
or referring
late.
to some delivery
Someone who's
annoyance
calm.
I hadn't encountered
Someone
yet.
who doesn't scare easy.
Maybe people grabbing
doesn't
drinks
ask
too
too
hard
many
and spilling
questions.
them, or trying to
What
claim
happens
you
if
never
the driver
handed them
does
the bag.
scare easy?
Maybe it was about hygiene.
They stop.
There are
They
a
turn off
thousand
their
small
phone and go
warnings
home.
in gig work,
And in the
that
morning,
sound
the app
stranger
is
than they
gone.
are when you hear
And
them
they
without
remember the
context.
nights the way you remember a strange
A few
dream.
nights later, I heard something
Vaguely,
similar again,
with gaps.
though less directly.
But I didn't stop.
The app had an in-system
No,
chat for
she
support.
said.
Mostly
You didn't.
canned responses and
We
delayed
crested the
human
ridge.
replies.
The
But
road ran
sometimes
along
there
the
were
top
general
for a stretch,
notices that would
and for a
slide
moment
down
the
near
fog
the top
parted
of the screen.
entirely, and I could
Severe
see
weather
everything.
incentive.
The whole
Avoid
valley,
closed bridge
the
ramp.
dark shapes of the
Restaurants
mountains against
reported
the
long
slightly
delays.
less dark sky.
The lights
Around
of
2 in the
town
morning,
scattered like
after
fallen
I had
stars.
dropped off
Thai food
the
on the
road
upper east
winding
side
down ahead of me
and was waiting
like
at
a
a red
red
light
light
on First
from height.
Avenue. A
It
small
was
banner
beautiful
popped
in a
up
way
and
that made my
disappeared
chest ache.
before I could read all
Not
of it because it was beautiful.
I only caught the
Because
end.
it was real.
Customer
and I was
handoff
seeing it.
best practices
And I was
remained
alive to
in
see
effect.
it. And someone behind
I
me
tapped the
was
notification
history later.
This
and it
is
wasn't
my
there.
stop,
She said.
That kind of thing happened
There was
often
no
enough
pull-off,
that I didn't
no
think much
widening
of it.
in the road.
The app glitched.
Just the ridge
Restaurants
and the view
disappeared
and the
from the
fog,
map and
starting
came
to
back.
close back in.
Entire
I stopped
stacked
the
orders
bike.
would reshuffle themselves
She didn't get
while
off
I was
immediately.
driving.
She sat
Sometimes
behind
the
me,
mileage estimate
and the
changed
silence
by a
between
mile
us
or
was
more
not
after I had
uncomfortable.
already accepted.
It was the silence of
Gig
two
work
people who have
depends
run
on
out of
fiction
things to
that a
say
software
but
system
aren't
is a
in a
clear
hurry
and
to leave
stable
each other's
thing.
company.
It isn't. It is
Caleb,
a pile of
she
approximations held together by
Yeah.
urgency. Thank
The
you for
first
driving
few weeks
tonight.
were mostly what I expected.
You're welcome. Boring. You're going to go
Mildly
home
irritating.
now. You're going to
Occasionally
sleep.
profitable.
In the morning, you'll check
I learned
your
which
phone,
neighborhoods
and the
dried
app
up
will be
after
gone,
midnight,
and
but
which
the
ones
money
became
became
active
active
once bars let
your
out.
real account.
I
Not the
learned that
holding
if I
balance.
ended a delivery,
It'll
near
just be there,
Queensboro Plaza,
like it always
around
was.
1:30.
There was a
Okay?
good chance I'd get
And
pulled
next
into
year,
a chain of
on
orders
October
that would
31st,
carry me east
the app
toward
will come
home
back.
while still paying
And you can
decently.
choose to drive again.
I
or you
learned
can
that
choose
people who
not
write,
to.
"Please
Either
be
way is
quiet,
fine.
baby sleeping,"
Either way is
are
right.
usually grateful.
I nodded.
And people who write,
I was very
read
tired.
instructions
The
carefully.
adrenaline that
are
had
never
been carrying
grateful.
me through the night was draining
I learned
out.
that if a
The
customer
cold was
used
settling
too many
into my
exclamation points,
and I wanted
there
to
was
be
a
home
strong chance
in
the
my
building
apartment
number
under
would be
blankets,
hard to find.
with the door locked and the lights off.
None
and
of
the
what
world
bothered
reduced
me at
to the
first
small,
had anything to do
safe
with
space
hands.
of my own bed.
It was timing.
More
She
than
got off the
anything.
bike.
Small
I felt the
discrepancies.
weight shift.
Felt the
Deliveries
absence
that
of her
seemed to
presence
arrive
behind
before
me,
I had fully
and the night
decided
felt
to accept
emptier
them.
for it. Orders
I still
from
hadn't looked
restaurants
at
that had
her.
already closed. All this time,
A deli coffee,
the entire
and egg
ride
sandwich
I
kept my
sent
eyes
to a luxury
forward.
building at
On the
3:11 in
road,
the morning,
on the
with
dark,
a tip so high it looked
on the
like a
fog
mistake.
and the lights and the view.
Addresses that would turn out to
I'd
be the
done
rear
what I'd
entrance
learned
of
to
a
do.
different building.
I'd followed
Then,
the instinct.
on the next delivery to the same
Caleb,
place would be the
I
front
should have
entrance
kept
again.
looking forward.
Names
I
that
knew that.
repeated in ways they shouldn't.
Every lesson the night
Not
had
common
taught me
names either.
said to keep looking
A
forward.
Celia V in Greenpoint,
But her voice was
ordering
so
mint
familiar.
tea and 2
And the
slices
night
of
was
cheesecake. And I was
Then
tired.
2 nights later,
a Celia
turned
V
around.
in Inwood,
She
ordering
was
the
standing
same
on the
thing
road
from a
behind
place
me,
that didn't sell
and the fog
cheesecake,
was moving around
but somehow handing
and
me
she was
2
smiling.
labeled slices anyway.
A kind smile.
I noticed
warm
because
smile.
long driving turns
The
you
kind
into
of
a smile
collector
that
of
makes you
pointless
feel like
details.
everything is going to be all
You
right.
start to know the city
She looked
through
like
little
my
errors.
mother. Which
Not
streets
exactly,
are one way only
not
in spirit.
perfectly.
Which
The way
restaurant
someone
has the
looks
wrong
like
someone in a
number
dream
in the app.
where the details are wrong,
Which customer
but the feeling
will
is
always
right.
call
While you are
her
trying
hair
to
was
turn
different
left, and her face was
Repetition
smoother,
stands out.
and she was wearing clothes my mother
There
never
was also
owned.
a
specific kind of
but
customer.
the eyes,
Not
the
frequent
smile,
enough to be a category.
the way she held her
but
head
present
slightly
enough
tilted,
that I recognized
the way my
pattern
mother always
without
did when
deciding
she was
listening to me talk.
They preferred.
My mother
handed to
died
me.
4 years ago, but they did not want
Cancer.
conversation. slow and
They
bad,
answered the buzzer
and the
quickly
kind of
if
thing
there
that
was a
takes
buzzer.
a person apart.
Yet
Piece
when
by
they
piece,
opened the building
while
door
you watch
or
and
apartment
can't do
door,
anything,
they held themselves
I
in a
was
way
there
that
at the
made
end.
the actual exchange
I held her
strangely
hand.
difficult to observe.
She told me to take care of myself.
A baseball
and I
cap
said
low,
I would.
hood
And
up,
I meant it.
door open,
And I
only
haven't
to the
always
width
done a
of a
good job
shoulder.
of it.
Hall light
The
off
woman on the
behind
road
them,
smiled at
arm
me, the way
emerging
my
first,
mother smiled
body
at me.
second,
And she said,
they were never rude.
"You're doing fine,
If anything,
sweetheart.
they were almost too
You're
efficient,
doing just fine."
as if they had practiced
And then the
receiving
fog
a paper
moved,
bag,
and she
without
was
any
gone.
wasted motion.
Not dramatically,
That
not
still
in a
would
flash
not
or
have
a
meant
burst
much.
of light or any of that.
People are private at night.
The fog just
People
moved,
are tired,
the way
embarrassed,
fog moves,
stoned,
and where she had
lonely,
been,
sick,
there was empty road,
half-dressed,
and the view of the
fighting
valley,
with someone,
and the slow
watching
stars.
something they don't want.
I sat there for a
interrupted.
long time.
Delivery
I didn't
work
cry.
teaches you to treat
I
every
wanted
door
to,
like a
but the
border
tears
you are
didn't
not
come.
crossing.
They sat
But once I
somewhere
remembered
behind
the
my
man
eyes,
in Long Island
heavy
City
and
saying
warm,
what he had
and
said,
they stayed there.
I found that I did.
And eventually I
occasionally
wiped my
notice
face,
hands,
even though there was
not
nothing
on
to wipe.
purpose.
And I turned
Just
the bike
the way
around,
you notice a
and
word
I rode home.
more often after
The
hearing
ride
it
down
used
the mountain was
strangely.
long and quiet.
The first one that stayed
The
with
fog
me
thinned
wasn't
as I
dramatic.
descended, and by the
It
time
was
I
in a
reached the
building
valley
off West
floor,
End Avenue.
the road was
Older
clear,
pre-war
and the air
place
was
with
still,
a narrow lobby,
and the only
a
movement
manual
was my
elevator
headlights
that
sweeping
somebody
through the
had tried to
curves.
modernize without success.
I passed the Dairy
I had a
Queen.
small sushi order.
I passed the
The
gas
customer
station
had
where
written,
the vampire
"Come up,
clerk
please
was
knock
probably
softly,"
counting down the minutes until
I
his
went
shift
up,
ended.
knocked softly, and the
I
door
passed
opened
the
with
church
the chain
where I'd
still
picked up the
latched,
smiling woman, and the bridge where the girl in the dark dress had been sitting, and the crossroads where the talkative man had gotten off. All empty, all dark, all still. I got home at 1:40 in the morning. My apartment was cold because I'd left the thermostat low to save money. I turned on the heat and took off my jacket and my gloves and my boots, and I sat on the edge of my bed, and I looked at phone. The black screen was gone. The regular ride app was there, green dot pulsing, still showing me as online. I went offline. I checked my account balance. $345.23. 14 from the 2 regular rides. 331 from the holding balance. It was all there, real, deposited, available. I set my phone on the nightstand and I lay down and I stared at the ceiling and I listened to the heat clicking on and the building settling and the distant sound of a train somewhere in the valley. That long, low horn that train conductors sound in the middle of the night for reasons I've never understood. Maybe just to let the dark know they're there. I slept. I dreamed, but not about the rides. I dreamed about fishing with my father on Pigeon Creek, and the hook going through my hand, and my father pulling it out gently and saying, "It's all right. It's just blood. It's got somewhere to be." I woke up the next morning, and the sun was coming through my window, and the world was ordinary. I checked my phone. The regular app was there. The black screen was gone. No trace of it. No icon, no overlay, no residual glitch. My account balance read $345.23. I made coffee, and I sat at my kitchen table, and I looked out the window at the mountains, which were doing what the mountains do in early November, sitting there, enormous and old and patient, wearing their last leaves like a coat they're about to take off. I drove that night. Regular app. Regular passengers. Darlene from the hospital. A drunk kid from the college. A man who needed to get to the bus station in Hazard. Normal people going normal places for normal reasons. But the whole time I was driving, there was a feeling in the back of my mind. Not fear, not exactly anticipation. Something quieter than both. A awareness, a knowledge, that it was out there, that it had always been out there. That next year, on October 31st, my phone would flicker and the black screen would appear, and the white text would glow in the dark of whatever parking lot I happened to be sitting in. Ride: 31 active tonight. And I would have to decide. I drove through November, through December, through the holidays and the snow and the short dark days of January. I drove through the spring, watching the mountains turn green again, watching the fog thin out as the weather warmed. I drove through the summer, windows down, warm air rushing past, passengers who were sweaty and happy and fully, completely, unremarkably alive. And the whole time, the calendar in my mind was counting, not anxiously, not with dread, with something more complicated than that, something that had a little bit of dread in it and a little bit of curiosity, and underneath both of those, buried so deep I almost didn't recognize it, a small, quiet hope. Because she had looked at me, the last one, the one who looked like my mother. She had looked at me, and she had smiled, and she had said I was doing fine, and I had believed her, and I still believe her. And some nights when I'm driving alone on the mountain roads, and the fog is thick, and the world is quiet, and the dark is pressed up against the windows like a living thing, I catch myself checking the date on my phone. And on every other night of the year, the screen is normal. The app is normal. Everything is normal. But on October 31st, just for a moment, just before midnight, I think I see it. A flicker, a blink, the screen, taking a breath. And underneath the regular app, like something seen through murky water, a message. It's almost time. And I put on my gloves, and I check my fuel, and I wait. I took the job because I needed distance from something, though I couldn't have told you exactly what. That's how most people end up in places like this, I think. You don't seek out a seasonal caretaker position at a resort 40 miles from the nearest town with a functioning grocery store because your life is going well. You do it because you need a very specific kind of quiet, the kind that doesn't exist where people have already decided who you are. The resort was called Harlan Ridge, though I never learned who Harlan was or what significance the ridge held. It sat on a broad shelf of land partway up a mountain in western Montana, south of Flathead Lake and east of nothing in particular. 12 cabins, a main office with an attached supply room, a maintenance shed, and a gravel lot where the access road ended. Beyond that, pine forest in every direction, thick enough that you lost sight of the sky if you walked 30 yards in. The cabins were scattered across the property in a way that suggested they'd been placed wherever the ground happened to be level. No grid, no neat rows. Cabin 1 was closest to the office. Cabin 12 was a 10-minute walk through trees and over a shallow creek that ran dry by August. Some of the cabins had line of sight to each other. Most didn't. At night, with the lights off and the ones that weren't occupied, you could stand on the office porch and see maybe 3 of them, small squares of warm yellow between the trunks. The rest just vanished into the terrain. I arrived in late September. The resort's peak season had already passed, and only a handful of cabins were booked for the weeks ahead. Hunting season would bring a few more guests in October and November, but the owner, a man named Dale Pruitt, who lived 2 hours south in Missoula, had made it clear that the off-season was mostly about maintenance, winterizing pipes, clearing brush, checking the roofs for damage before the snow came. He needed someone on site overnight because the insurance required it, and because things happened to remote properties when they sat empty. vandalism, animals getting in, copper theft from the utility lines, which had happened twice the previous year. Dale drove up to walk me through the property on my first day. He was in his early 60s, unhurried, the kind of man who talked about practical things in a practical way and didn't elaborate unless you asked. He showed me the generator, the water shutoffs for each cabin, the breaker panels where the spare propane tanks were stored. He gave me a binder with a map of the property, a list of emergency contacts, and the check-in schedule for the next 6 weeks. He showed me how to operate the radio. The radio setup was simple. There was a base unit in the office, bolted to the desk next to the phone, and a handful of portable handhelds that could be distributed to cabins if guests wanted them. Cell signal was unreliable at Harlan Ridge. On a clear day, standing in the right spot near the gravel lot, you might get 1 bar, enough for a text message if you were patient, not enough for a call. The landline in the office worked, but it went through a single trunk line that ran along the access road and had a tendency to go out during storms, so the radios were the practical solution. Guests who wanted to reach the office could use a handheld. I could reach them if I needed to. Channel 4 for general use, Channel 7 for emergencies. Dale had written this on a laminated card taped to the desk. It was near the end of the walkthrough when Dale was already putting his jacket on and jingling his keys. That, he mentioned, the rule. He said it the way you'd mention that a particular door sticks or that the hot water takes a minute to come through. After dark, don't answer the radio. I waited for him to continue. He didn't. He was checking his phone, tilting it toward the window to catch a signal. I asked him what he meant. Just what I said. You'll hear it go off sometimes at night. Static, voices, whatever. Don't respond. Don't key the mic. Just let it run and it'll stop. I asked if it was interference from other channels. Truckers maybe, or Forest Service frequencies bleeding in. It seemed like the obvious explanation. We were in the mountains. Radio signals do strange things in terrain like that. Dale shrugged. Could be. Probably is. But the rule's the rule. Previous caretakers all followed it. Never had a problem. He said this with a kind of finality that suggested he considered the topic closed. Not defensive, not evasive, just done. He left before 4 o'clock to make it back to Missoula before dark. I watched his truck disappear down the access road, listened to the engine sound fade through the trees, and then it was quiet. Not silent. There's a difference. The woods around Harlan Ridge were full of small sounds. Wind in the canopy, birds settling, the creek when it still had water in it, making a thin sound over rocks, but no human noise, no traffic, no voices. Just the kind of quiet that sits against your ears and makes you aware of your own breathing. The first few days were fine, better than fine. I fell into the work easily. Mornings I'd walk the property, check the occupied cabins from the outside, make sure nothing looked off. I'd stop at the office, review the log, note anything that needed attention. Afternoons were for maintenance. I replaced a section of railing on cabin 6. I cleared a drainage ditch behind cabin 3 that had filled with pine needles and silt. I tested the generator, checked the fuel level, ran it for 20 minutes to keep the battery charged. Simple, physical work with clear results. The kind of work that empties your mind in a good way. There were 2 cabins occupied that first week. Cabin 4 had a couple from Oregon, retired, quiet, the type who brought their own coffee and books and only came to the office to ask about trail conditions. Cabin 9 had a man traveling alone who I saw exactly once when he checked in. He took a handheld radio, said he might need firewood later in the week, and walked back to his cabin. I delivered the firewood 2 days later and left it on his porch. He didn't come to the door. During the day, the radio was unremarkable. Occasionally, the couple in cabin 4 would call to ask a question. Reception was clear and immediate. I'd answer. We'd exchange a few words. That was it. The man in cabin 9 never used his radio at all. Most of the time, the base unit just sat on the desk, giving off a faint static hiss that I eventually stopped noticing. The way you stop noticing the hum of a refrigerator. Evenings were long. After the sun dropped behind the ridge to the west, which happened early because of the terrain, the temperature fell quickly, and the light went from gold to gray to gone in what felt like 20 minutes. I'd eat dinner in the office, usually something simple heated on the hot plate. I'd read or sit on the porch and watch the dark settle over the trees. By 8 or 9 o'clock, the occupied cabins would have their lights on, small and distant, and everything else was just shapes and shadows and the sound of the wind. I want to be honest about what those nights felt like, because it matters for what came later. They were peaceful, but they were also heavy. The isolation had a texture to it. During the day when I was moving and working, it felt like freedom. At night, sitting still, it felt like something else. Not loneliness exactly, more like an awareness of how far away everything was. How many miles of forest sat between me and the nearest other person who wasn't a guest in a dark cabin. How long it would take someone to reach me if something went wrong. I didn't dwell on it, but it was there, the way cold is there when you're standing outside in it. You don't have to think about it to feel it. The radio sat on the desk, and I left it on overnight because that was the procedure. If a guest had an emergency, they needed to be able to reach me. I slept in the back room of the office, a small space with a cot, a lamp, and a window that looked out at the tree line. The radio was maybe 15 feet away through the open doorway. When I slept, I could hear it static, faint and continuous, like white noise. I grew used to it. Some nights I think it actually helped me sleep. It was on the 5th night that I heard the first transmission. I was in the back room, not quite asleep, that in-between state where your thoughts start to loosen and drift, but you're still aware of your body, still conscious of the room. The static on the radio shifted. I noticed it the way you notice a change in the wind, not a sudden sound, but an alteration in the texture of what was already there. The hiss thinned, and then there was a voice. It was brief, a few words, maybe a fragment of a sentence. I couldn't make out what was said. It sounded like a man's voice, flat and unhurried, and then it was gone, and the static filled back in like water closing over a stone. I lay there for a while, listening. Nothing else came. I thought about getting up to check the unit, but it seemed unnecessary. Dale had told me this would happen. Interference. Bleed through from other frequencies. The mountains were full of radio traffic, forest service, search and rescue, hunters, truckers on the highway 40 miles east. Signals bounce off terrain. They get caught and redirected. A stray transmission from miles away could easily land on Channel 4 for a moment and then disappear. It was the most boring explanation available, and I believed it completely. The next morning I mentioned it in the daily log, more out of thoroughness than concern. Brief radio transmission received approximately 11:40 p.m. Unintelligible, likely interference. I didn't think about it again for the rest of the day. 2 nights later, it happened again. This time I was sitting at the desk in the office, reading by the lamp. It was past 10. The couple in cabin 4 had checked out that afternoon, so the only occupied cabin was 9, with the solitary man I never saw. The radio was an arm's length away, and when the voice came through, I heard it clearly. "Hello? This is cabin 7. Is anyone there?" The voice was calm, polite even. A woman's voice, middle-aged, with no particular accent. The kind of voice you'd hear at a hotel front desk or a doctor's office. Unremarkable. Cabin 7 was empty. It had been empty since before I arrived. According to the binder, it wasn't booked until the 3rd week of October. I stared at the radio. The transmission light was glowing, a small amber indicator that flickered when a signal was received. I watched it pulse once, twice, and then go steady as the static returned. I did not pick up the mic. I sat there with my hand resting on the desk a few inches from it, and I thought about what I'd heard. The rational explanations were still available. Someone on another frequency, maybe a guest at another resort on a similar channel, transmitting a message that happened to land here, or a malfunction in one of the handheld units. Maybe the man in cabin 9 had accidentally keyed his radio, and some distortion made it sound like a woman's voice. These things weren't impossible. They weren't even unlikely. Radio equipment is imprecise, especially older gear, and the units at Harlan Ridge were not new. But I also thought about what Dale had said, and the way he'd said it. Not with fear, not with any kind of urgency. Just a flat instruction delivered as part of the routine. Don't answer the radio after dark. The way someone might say, don't leave food out because of the bears. A practical rule for a practical situation. I made a note in the log. Transmission received at 10:15 p.m. Female voice identifying as cabin 7. Cabin 7 unoccupied. No response given per standing protocol. I underlined the last part, though I'm not sure who I was underlining it for. The days continued. I kept working. The weather turned colder, and the mornings had frost on the ground. I winterized the plumbing in cabins 2 and 11, which wouldn't be rented again until spring. I split firewood and stacked it under the lean-to behind the maintenance shed. I raked pine needles off the roof of cabin 5 because they were clogging the gutter. Ordinary work. Good work. The kind of work that makes your hands sore and your mind quiet. The man in cabin 9 checked out on a Tuesday. I know it was Tuesday because I found the handheld radio sitting on the porch railing with a $20 bill tucked under it and a note that said thanks in small, neat handwriting. I logged his checkout and brought the radio back to the office. For 2 days after that, I was the only person on the property. Those 2 days were the quietest of my time at Harlan Ridge. During the day, the absence of even distant human presence made the property feel larger somehow, like the space between the cabins had stretched. I walked the grounds and heard nothing but my own footsteps and the wind, and once a hawk circling high above the ridge. At night, the dark was complete. No cabin lights anywhere. Just the office, the porch light, and the maintenance shed lamp on its timer. I stood outside after dinner and looked at where the cabins should have been, and saw nothing. They were all out there, 12 structures scattered across the hillside, but without lights they were just part of the dark. The radio was quiet those nights, both of them. I slept well. On Thursday, new guests arrived. A family of 4 in cabin 3 and a pair of women, friends, not a couple, in cabin 10. I did the check-ins, handed out the handheld radios, explained the channel setup. I showed the family in cabin 3 how to work the wood stove. I pointed the women in cabin 10 toward the trailhead they'd asked about. Normal interactions. Brief, pleasant, forgotten within an hour. That night, around 11, the radio picked up a transmission. "This is cabin 6. We need someone to come look at the water heater. It's making a sound." Cabin 6 was empty. I had been inside it 3 days earlier, replacing the porch railing. The water heater had been off. The water line to that cabin was shut down. I had turned the valve myself and tagged it. The voice was a man's, calm, a little tired sounding, like someone who'd been woken up by an annoying noise and was trying to deal with it patiently. There was nothing strange about the voice itself. It sounded like a person. I sat at the desk and did not touch the radio. I listened to the static fill in after the transmission ended. I waited. A minute passed, then 2. Nothing else came through. I got up and walked to the window that faced the direction of cabin 6. It was maybe a 3-minute walk from the office, through a stand of pines and over a slight rise. I couldn't see it from the window, not at night, but I looked anyway. I'm not sure what I expected to see. A light, maybe. Some evidence that someone was there. But there was nothing. Just the dark and the trees and the faint outline of the ridge against a sky that held no moon. I went back to the desk and wrote in the log, 11:08 p.m. Transmission from a parent, cabin 6. Male voice requesting water heater inspection. Cabin 6 unoccupied, water shut off. No response given. I read it back to myself. It looked strange on the page. Not the content, but the fact of it. I was keeping a record of radio calls from empty cabins with the same dispassionate tone I used to note that I'd replaced the light bulb or refilled the propane, as if it were just another task, just another thing the job required. I started paying closer attention to the radio after that, not in an anxious way, more the way you start paying attention to a sound in your car that might be nothing or might be the beginning of a problem. I wanted to understand the pattern, if there was one. I wanted to know when the transmissions came, how long they lasted, what they said. I told myself this was practical. If I could identify the source of the interference, I could fix it, or at least report it to Dale. Over the next week, I logged 6 nighttime transmissions. They all occurred between 10 at night and 1 in the morning. They were all brief, 1 or 2 sentences. They all referenced specific cabin numbers, and every cabin referenced was unoccupied. Cabin 2 checking in. Everything's fine here. Just wanted to make sure the radio works. This is cabin 11. Can someone bring extra blankets? It's getting cold. Cabin 8. Hello? I think there's an animal on the porch. Each voice was different. Men, women, different ages, different cadences. All of them calm. All of them reasonable. All of them asking for things that a guest might plausibly ask for. Blankets, a maintenance check, reassurance. Nothing urgent, nothing frightened. Just ordinary requests delivered to an empty office in the middle of the night from cabins where no one was staying. I started checking the cabins during the day. Not all of them every day, but I made a point of walking to whichever cabin had been mentioned in the previous night's transmission. I'd circle the exterior, check the doors and windows, look for any sign that someone had been there. Footprints, disturbance in the pine needles, a door left ajar. I never found anything. The cabins were locked. The ground around them was undisturbed. The interiors, when I checked them through the windows, were exactly as I'd left them. Furniture in place, curtains open or closed the way I'd set them. No lights, no movement. I told myself this was conclusive. No one was in those cabins. The transmissions were interference. The specificity of the cabin numbers was a coincidence or a trick of perception. Maybe I was hearing generic words, and my mind, primed by the context of the job, was shaping them into cabin numbers. Auditory pareidolia, the same phenomenon that makes people hear words in white noise or music in running water. It was a satisfying explanation. It covered everything. And for a few days, I believed it. What changed was the transmission on the 14th night. I was in the back room, lying on the cot, reading with the lamp on. It was late, past midnight. The family in cabin 3 had gone home. The 2 women in cabin 10 were still there. All the other cabins were dark and empty. The radio had been quiet all evening. Then, "This is cabin 10. Sorry to bother you so late. The lock on the back door doesn't seem to catch. Could someone come take a look in the morning?" I sat up. Cabin 10 was occupied. The 2 women were there, and the voice, a woman's voice, sounded plausible. Not identical to either of the guests I'd spoken with during check-in, but similar enough. Voices sound different over a radio. Compression, static, the limitations of the equipment. Everyone sounds a little flattened, a little off. I almost answered. My hand moved toward the doorway, toward the desk where the radio sat. It was a reflex. A guest had a problem. My job was to help. The lock on the back door. That was a legitimate concern. A security issue even. I should respond. But it was after dark. I stood in the doorway between the back room and the office and looked at the radio. The amber light pulsed once and went out. The static resumed its steady hiss. I stood there for what must have been 5 minutes, not moving, just listening. I was waiting for the transmission to repeat, which would be normal. If a guest called and didn't get a response, they'd try again. That's what people do. No repeat came. In the morning, I walked to cabin 10. The 2 women were on the porch drinking coffee. I asked them if everything was all right with the cabin. They said yes, everything was fine. I asked specifically about the back door. They looked at each other, then at me, puzzled. The back door was fine, they said. They hadn't had any problems with it. They hadn't used the radio at all. Their handheld was sitting on the kitchen counter, they said, and they weren't sure they'd even turned it on. I thanked them and walked back to the office. I sat at the desk and looked at the log where I'd written the transmission details the night before. 12:24 a.m., transmission from cabin 10. Female voice reporting back door lock issue. Request for morning maintenance. The women in cabin 10 had not made that call. Their radio was off. No one had made that call. I called Dale that afternoon. The landline was working, which it sometimes didn't when the weather was bad, and I got through on the second try. I told him about the transmissions. I kept my tone neutral, factual. I described the pattern. Nighttime calls from unoccupied cabins. Voices requesting routine assistance. The cabin 10 incident. I asked if previous caretakers had reported anything similar. Dale was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "That's why we have the rule." I waited for more. He said, "Long as you don't answer, it stays manageable. Just don't answer." I asked him what it was. He said he didn't know. He said the rule had been in place since before he bought the property 8 years ago. The previous owner had passed it along. Dale had never worked a night at Harlan Ridge himself. He'd always had caretakers for that. He said 2 of them had mentioned the radio transmissions, and both had followed the rule without incident. He said 1 caretaker, the one before me, had worked an entire season and never heard a single nighttime transmission. So it wasn't constant, it wasn't predictable. But the rule was the rule. "Just don't answer it," he said again. "You're doing fine." He asked if I wanted to quit. I told him no. He sounded relieved. We talked about a delivery of firewood that was scheduled for the following week, and then he hung up. I sat with the phone in my hand for a while after the call ended. The conversation had given me less than I wanted and more than I expected. Dale wasn't hiding anything. He genuinely didn't know what caused the transmissions. He had a rule, and the rule worked, and that was enough for him. I understood that kind of thinking. It was practical. It was Montana thinking, if I'm being honest. You don't need to understand the weather to know when to come inside. You just come inside. But I'm not built that way. I never have been. I'm the kind of person who needs to understand, not out of bravery or curiosity or any quality that admirable. It's a compulsion, a restlessness, the same thing that made me bad at relationships and jobs and every situation that required me to accept something without asking why. I started testing the equipment. During the day, when the transmissions didn't occur, I went through the handheld radios one by one. I checked batteries, tested frequencies, made sure each unit was functioning properly. I verified that the base unit in the office was receiving only on Channel 4. I walked to the unoccupied cabins and confirmed again that no handheld radios had been left inside. Every unit was accounted for. Every unit was in the office, in the supply closet, on the shelf where I'd put them. I tested for signal bleed by tuning the base unit to adjacent channels. On Channel 3, I got nothing. On Channel 5, faint static, maybe a distant signal too weak to resolve. Channels above and below were empty. I spent an afternoon driving part-way down the access road, as far as I could while still maintaining line of sight to the office, and transmitted on Channel 4 from a handheld. The base unit picked it up clearly. I drove farther, around a bend where the trees closed in. The signal broke up. Beyond a half-mile, it was gone entirely. This told me something important. The terrain around Harlan Ridge was terrible for radio propagation. The mountains, the dense tree cover, the narrow valleys. Signals couldn't travel far. Whatever was transmitting on Channel 4 at night was close, very close, within the property boundaries or just beyond them. I didn't know what to do with that information. October deepened. The days shortened. Frost on the ground became routine, and the air had a bite to it that made my lungs ache during morning walks. The aspens on the south slope had turned gold, and then dropped their leaves, leaving white trunks standing like bones against the dark pines. 2 more sets of guests came and went, hunters mostly, men who arrived with rifles and coolers and left with their trucks sitting lower on the springs. They used the radios occasionally during the day, short, practical transmissions. Heading out to the North Trail, back by 4. No one mentioned hearing anything unusual at night, and I didn't ask. The nighttime transmissions continued, not every night. Maybe 4 nights out of 7. Sometimes a single call, sometimes 2 or 3 over the course of an evening. They followed the same pattern: calm voices, specific cabin numbers, reasonable requests. I logged them all. The log was growing thick with entries, and reading back through them had a cumulative effect that individual incidents didn't. Seen together, the transmissions formed a kind of catalog of ordinary needs: blankets, water heater sounds, a question about checkout time, a report of a light that wouldn't turn off, a window that was drafty, the kind of small concerns that any guest at any resort might have. Mundane, completely mundane, and completely impossible because the cabins they referenced were empty. I noticed something else in the log, something that took me weeks to recognize because it was so gradual. The transmissions were becoming more specific. In the early weeks, the requests had been generic: check the water heater, bring blankets, the kind of thing anyone might say. But as October wore on, the details sharpened. Cabin 5, the burner on the left side of the stove keeps clicking. It won't ignite. I checked cabin 5 the next morning. The left burner on the stove did, in fact, have a faulty igniter. I'd noticed it when I winterized the cabin, but hadn't gotten around to fixing it. The voice on the radio knew something about the cabin's actual condition. Cabin 12. There's water pooling under the door when it rains. Might want to check the threshold seal. I walked to cabin 12, the most remote cabin, the one across the creek. The threshold seal was deteriorated. Water stains on the interior floor confirmed that it had been leaking. This wasn't information I'd logged or reported. I hadn't noticed it until I looked. The transmissions knew things about the cabins, not secret things, not impossible things, things that anyone who had been inside the cabins recently would know, things that a careful, observant guest might notice during a stay. But there were no guests in those cabins. There was no one in those cabins. I started to entertain a thought that I'd been avoiding. What if someone was out there? Not a supernatural explanation, a human one. What if someone, a trespasser, a vagrant, someone living rough in the forest, had a radio tuned to Channel 4 and was watching the property? They could observe which cabins were empty. They could enter them when I wasn't around, look around, note the details. Then, at night, transmit messages designed to sound like guests. But why? What would be the purpose? And how would they have access to a radio on the exact right channel? And the voices, multiple voices, different ages, different genders. One person couldn't produce all of them. A group of people living in the forest around Harlan Ridge, coordinating radio transmissions to an empty office? The theory collapsed under its own complexity. I tried another angle. Maybe the radios themselves were the issue. Old equipment can malfunction in strange ways. Capacitors degrade. Circuits develop faults. Maybe the base unit was generating its own signals, some kind of internal feedback loop that produced fragments of audio resembling speech. The human brain is extraordinarily good at finding patterns in noise. Given enough static, you'll hear words. Given words, you'll hear meaning. Given meaning, you'll construct a narrative. I wanted to believe this. I wanted to believe it so badly that I spent an entire evening sitting at the desk with a notebook, writing down every transmission in real time, trying to catch the moment where noise became language, where I was imposing meaning on meaningless sound. But the transmissions were too clear, too coherent, too specific. Cabin 2, the pilot light on the furnace went out again. Third time this week. These were not fragments of noise shaped by an eager brain. These were sentences spoken by voices about real things in real places. The third week of October brought rain. 3 days of it, steady and cold, turning the ground soft and the access road to mud. No guests were on the property. The last group of hunters had left on Saturday, and the next booking wasn't until the following weekend. I was alone again. Alone in a way that felt different from the first time, because now I knew what the nights would bring. The rain changed the sound of the property, the constant patter on the office roof, the dripping from the eaves, the run of water in the creek that had come back to life. These sounds filled the silence that the radio normally occupied. I found myself turning the volume up, not because I wanted to hear the transmissions, but because the static had become part of my auditory landscape, and I felt its absence when the rain obscured it. This was, I realized now, a subtle shift. The radio had become something I oriented toward, rather than something that simply existed in the room. I was listening for it. On the second night of rain, a transmission came through that was different from the others, not in content, which was ordinary, but in delivery. "This is Cabin 1. A pause. Long. 5 seconds, maybe more. "I just wanted to check that someone's there." Another pause. "It's very quiet tonight." Cabin 1 was the closest cabin to the office, 40 yards away, visible from the porch on clear nights. I could have walked there in under a minute. It was empty. It had been empty for 2 weeks. I had checked its doors and windows that morning. What struck me was the cadence, the pauses between sentences. They felt deliberate, as if the speaker was waiting for something between each line, waiting for a response. The other transmissions had been self-contained. A voice would state a request, and then the transmission would end. This one lingered. It held the channel open. I could hear the ambient sound behind the voice, a faint hum, almost like the sound of a room with the heater running. Cabin 1's heater was off. I had turned it off myself. "Is someone there?" The voice was gentle, patient, not demanding, not distressed, just asking. I looked at the radio. The amber light held steady. The channel was still open. Whoever, whatever, was transmitting from Cabin 1 had not released the mic. They were waiting. I counted to 30 in my head, then 60. The channel stayed open. The faint ambient hum continued. Then, softly, as if the speaker had leaned away from the mic, "Okay." The channel closed. The static returned. I did not sleep well that night. I lay on the cot and listened to the rain and the static, and I thought about that voice saying, "Okay." It was the most human moment in any of the transmissions. The acceptance of silence, the acknowledgement that no response was coming. It suggested awareness. It suggested that whatever was producing these transmissions understood that someone was supposed to be listening, that someone was choosing not to answer. Or it suggested that I was losing perspective, that weeks of isolation and nighttime radio anomalies were eroding my judgment, and I was attributing intentionality to equipment malfunctions, that I was hearing a story in what was really just noise. Both explanations felt equally plausible. That was the problem. The rain stopped on the third day, and the sky cleared to a hard blue that made the wet ground shine. I spent the morning walking the property, partly for maintenance, partly because I needed to move, to be in the physical world and do physical things. I checked Cabin 1 first. Locked. Dry inside, from what I could see through the window. The heater unit visible through the back window was off, its pilot light dark. No footprints in the mud around the cabin, no tracks of any kind except my own from that morning. I checked the other cabins in the order they'd been referenced in recent transmissions. Cabin 2, undisturbed. Cabin 5, same. Cabin 8, same. Cabin 12, the long walk across the creek that was now running fast and cold with rainwater, same. Every cabin locked, every cabin empty, every cabin exactly as it should have been. I stood on the porch of cabin 12 and looked back toward the office, which was invisible from there, hidden behind the slope and the trees. I was maybe a quarter-mile from the office in a straight line, though the walking path was longer because of the terrain. The creek was between me and it. The forest was thick on both sides. I could hear the water and the wind and a woodpecker somewhere above me, drilling in a steady rhythm. I tried to imagine someone out here at night, walking between the cabins in the dark, carrying a radio, transmitting messages. The terrain was difficult enough in daylight. At night, without a flashlight, it would be treacherous. Roots, rocks, the uneven ground between the cabins. You'd have to know the property intimately. You'd have to have walked it many times. I had walked it many times. I knew it well enough now that I could probably navigate between some of the cabins in the dark if I had to. Not comfortably, not quickly, but I could do it. Could someone else? Someone who'd been here longer than me. I walked back to the office and called Dale. The landline crackled but held. I asked him about the previous caretakers. How many had there been? How long had each stayed? He thought about it. 5 since I've owned the place. You're number 6. Most stayed a season. 1 stayed 2 seasons. The last one, the one before you, left partway through. Said it wasn't for him. I asked if the one who left early had mentioned the radio. He didn't mention much of anything. Just said he was done and drove out. I asked about the caretakers before Dale's ownership, before he bought the property 8 years ago. He said he didn't know much. The previous owner, a man named Garrick, had run the place for almost 20 years. Garrick had done his own caretaking for most of that time, lived on the property year-round. Dale had met him once during the sale and described him as quiet, polite, and eager to be done with the place. Garrick had given Dale the binder, the keys, and the rule about the radio, and that was the extent of the transition. "Do you know where Garrick is now?" I asked. Couldn't say. He didn't leave forwarding information, just signed the papers and left. I thanked Dale and hung up. I opened the binder and looked at the property map. It was hand-drawn, precise, with each cabin numbered and the trails marked in red pen. The handwriting was small and neat. At the bottom of the map, in the same handwriting, was a note. Radio protocol. Do not respond to nighttime transmissions. Do not investigate source. The second sentence was one Dale hadn't mentioned. Don't investigate. That was new to me, or rather, it was old. It had been in the binder the entire time. I'd just never read the map's fine print. I turned the page. Behind the map was a sheet of paper I hadn't noticed before, tucked against the back of the binder's plastic sleeve. It was a log page, older than my entries, written in the same small handwriting as the map. Garrick's handwriting. It was a single page of transmission records dated from 16 years ago. September 14th, 11:30 p.m., Cabin 4, male voice, requested extra towels. September 17th, 12:15 a.m., Cabin 9, Female voice. Asked about checkout time. September 20th, 10:45 p.m. Cabin 1. Male voice. Reported sound outside window. September 21st, 11 p.m. Cabin 1. Same voice. Asked if anyone was there. September 22nd, 11:20 p.m. Cabin 1. Same voice. Said good night. The entries continued down the page, growing shorter, less detailed. The last entry at the bottom was different from the others. The handwriting was slightly uneven, as if written quickly or in poor light. October 30th, 2:10 a.m., Cabin 12, my voice. That was all. No explanation, no additional notes, just those 4 words. Cabin 12, my voice. I closed the binder and sat with my hands flat on the desk and felt something reorganize itself inside me. Not fear exactly. Fear is immediate, reactive. This was slower. This was the feeling of a pattern completing itself in a way that includes you. The feeling of looking at a map and realizing you're not just reading it, you're on it. Garrick had heard his own voice on the radio coming from a cabin at the far end of the property, 16 years ago. And then he'd sold the property and disappeared. I should have left. I know that. Looking back, from whatever distance I'm looking back from now, I know that the correct response was to pack my things and drive down the access road and not stop until I reached a town with cell service and streetlights and other people. But I didn't leave. And the reason I didn't leave is hard to explain, except to say that leaving would have meant accepting that something was happening that couldn't be explained, and I wasn't ready to accept that. Leaving would have been an admission. Staying, continuing the routine, maintaining the logs, that was a way of insisting that the world still worked, the way I understood it to work. So I stayed. And the transmissions continued. November arrived. The first snow fell on the 3rd, a light dusting that melted by noon. The second snowfall, on the 8th, stayed. Not deep, a few inches, but enough to change the property. The ground went white. The trees held snow on their branches. My footprints between the office and the cabins became visible tracks, and I could see each morning exactly where I'd walked the day before. I could also see, with absolute clarity, that no other tracks existed. No one was walking to or from the cabins at night. No one was moving across the property. The snow was a record, and the record was clear. Only my feet touched the ground at Harlan Ridge. The nighttime transmissions didn't care about the snow. They continued with the same frequency, the same calm, the same specificity. Cabin 7. There's ice forming on the inside of the bathroom window. Might want to check the seal. I checked it the next morning. Ice on the inside of the bathroom window. The seal had failed. I replaced it. I had started doing the maintenance that the transmissions requested. Not consciously at first, or not admittedly. The first time, with the burner in cabin 5, I told myself I was going to fix it anyway, and the transmission had just reminded me. The second time, with the threshold seal in cabin 12, I told myself it was good practice to follow up on potential issues, regardless of their source. By the 3rd and 4th time, I'd stopped justifying it. The transmissions identified real problems with the cabins. Fixing those problems was my job. The source of the information was irrelevant to the action required. But this created a strange dynamic. I was receiving work instructions from the radio at night, from voices that shouldn't exist, and carrying them out the next morning. The transmissions had become part of my workflow. They had integrated themselves into the routine of the job so smoothly that there were mornings when I'd check the log, see a nighttime entry, and walk to the relevant cabin with the same sense of purpose I'd feel after a call from a real guest. The unreality of the situation was being absorbed into the reality of the work, and the work was the same either way. A broken seal is a broken seal. A faulty burner is a faulty burner. The cabin doesn't care who reported the problem. I'm describing this carefully because I want to be clear about my state of mind. I was not panicking. I was not descending into irrationality. I was functioning well, eating regularly, sleeping adequately, maintaining the property to a high standard. If Dale had driven up for an inspection, he would have found everything in order. Better than order, in fact. The transmissions were leading me to maintenance issues I might not have caught on my own. The property was benefiting from whatever was happening on Channel 4 after dark. This should have disturbed me more than it did. I think the isolation played a role. When you spend long enough alone, your standards for what constitutes normal begin to shift. Not dramatically, not in ways you'd recognize from inside the experience, but the boundaries of the acceptable expand incrementally, and each expansion makes the next one easier. Hearing voices on the radio was strange. Hearing voices report accurate maintenance issues was stranger. Acting on those reports was stranger still. But each step was small enough that it felt manageable. Each step made sense in the context of the step before it. The snow deepened through November. The access road became difficult, and Dale arranged for a plow to come through every few days. No guests were booked. The property was mine entirely. 12 cabins, the office, the maintenance shed, the radio, and the forest, and whatever used the radio at night. I want to describe a specific evening because it was the turning point, though I didn't recognize it as one at the time. It was a Thursday, November 20th or 21st, I think. The temperature had dropped into the single digits, and the office was warm only in the immediate radius of the wood stove. I'd spent the day reinforcing the skirting around cabin 4, where wind was getting under the floor and risking the pipes. Physical work, tiring work. I'd eaten dinner, cleaned up, and was sitting at the desk with the log open in front of me and the radio's static filling the room like breath. The transmission came at 11:15. "Hello, this is cabin 3. A woman's voice, calm, measured, familiar in the way all the voices were familiar, not because I recognized the specific person, but because the tone was consistent with every other transmission I'd heard. Polite, unhurried, like someone leaving a message they expected to be heard later. The porch light is out. I don't know if it's the bulb or the fixture. It's been getting dark very early." A pause. Then, "It's nice here, though. Quiet. I can hear the creak from the window." Another pause. "I hope you're doing well." The channel closed. I sat there. The log was open. My pen was in my hand. I should have been writing down the details. Cabin 3. Porch light, bulb or fixture. Instead, I was sitting very still, because the last thing the voice had said was, "I hope you're doing well." And no transmission had ever said anything like that before. They had all been requests, informational, transactional. This one had crossed a line that I hadn't known existed until it was crossed. It had addressed me not as a caretaker receiving a maintenance report, but as a person. I wrote in the log, 11:15 p.m., cabin 3, female voice, porch light out, personal remark included. I stared at those last 3 words. Personal remark included. What a sterile way to describe the moment when something that should not be aware of you demonstrates that it is. The next morning I walked to cabin 3. The porch light was out. I unscrewed the bulb and tested it with the multimeter from the shed. The bulb was fine. The fixture's wiring had corroded where it connected to the junction box. I replaced the connection, screwed the bulb back in, and the light came on. I stood on the porch and watched it glow against the snow and the gray morning sky, and I felt something I can only describe as a complicated gratitude, not toward the voice, toward the light, the fact that it worked, the fact that the problem had a cause, and the cause had a solution, and the solution was physical and real, and I could hold the pliers in my hand and feel the cold metal and know that I was standing on a porch in Montana in November, and the world was solid. That evening I made a decision that I had been circling for weeks. I was going to speak to the voice, not answer a transmission, not key the mic and respond in the moment, but I was going to transmit. During the day, when the rule technically didn't apply, I was going to sit at the desk and press the talk button and speak into the radio and see if anything came back. I waited until mid-afternoon. The light was gray and flat, the sky sealed with clouds. I picked up the mic. I pressed the button. The transmit indicator glowed red. "This is the office. Is anyone on this channel?" I released the button. Static. I waited a full minute. "This is the office. If anyone can hear me, please respond." Static. I tried again at different times over the next 3 days. Afternoon, evening, morning. I varied the phrasing. "This is the caretaker, checking in." "Hello, is this frequency in use? Can anyone hear this transmission?" Nothing came back, not during the day. The radio was silent when the sun was up, exactly as it had always been. Whatever transmitted at night did not transmit during the day, or did not respond during the day, or was not there during the day. This distinction between something that operates at night and something that exists only at night is one I spent a lot of time thinking about during those weeks. They're very different ideas. The first suggests a schedule, preferences, a choice to communicate at certain times and not others. The second suggests something else entirely, something that isn't present until darkness provides whatever condition it requires. I don't know which idea frightened me more. I'm not sure either of them frightened me at all by that point. Fear requires a sense of threat, and whatever was happening on the radio did not feel threatening. It felt proximate. It felt close, in a way that had nothing to do with physical distance, like a conversation you're overhearing through a wall. You can't see the speakers. You don't know who they are, but their voices are right there, inches away, separated from you by something thin and solid. December arrived. The snow was deep enough now that walking to the far cabins was an undertaking. I snowshoed to cabin 12 once a week to check on it, following the same route each time, packing down a trail that became my path through the white. The creek was frozen at the edges but still running in the center, black water moving under shelves of ice. The forest was hushed, the snow absorbing sound, and there were days when the only thing I heard between the office and cabin 12 was my own breathing and the crunch of my snowshoes. The solstice was approaching, the shortest day. Darkness came by 4:30 and didn't leave until after 8. That meant nearly 16 hours of night, 16 hours during which the radio might speak. And it did. More frequently now. Not dramatically more, not a sudden escalation, just a gradual increase in the number of transmissions per night. Where September had brought 4 or 5 a week, December brought 1 or 2 a night. The voices remained calm. The requests remained ordinary. But there were more of them, and they came earlier in the evening and later in the morning, tracking the expanding darkness. I also noticed around this time that the voices had begun to repeat, not the same transmissions, but the same voices. I could recognize individuals now. There was a woman who frequently transmitted from cabin 3, the one who'd mentioned the porch light. Her voice had a particular quality, a slight rise at the end of her sentences, almost musical, as if she were gently asking a question even when she was making a statement. There was a man who favored cabin 8, low-voiced and deliberate, the kind of speaker who leaves space between his words. There was a younger voice, harder to place, who transmitted from various cabins and whose requests were simpler. A question about the weather, a comment about the stars. I was getting to know them, that's the only way to put it. Through weeks of one-sided transmissions, through their requests and remarks and the particular rhythms of their speech, I was forming impressions of them, the way you form impressions of neighbors you've never met, but whose habits you've observed through shared walls. The woman in cabin 3 was considerate. The man in cabin 8 was reserved. The younger voice was curious. None of them had ever heard my voice. None of them had ever received a response from me. They transmitted into silence, and the silence was all they got back. And still they kept transmitting, every night, without frustration, without complaint. Why? Why would you keep calling someone who never answers? Unless the calling itself was the point. Unless the transmission was not a request for response, but simply an assertion of presence. I am here. I am in this cabin. I have noticed this about the world around me. It's getting cold. The seal on the window has failed. The porch light is out. I hope you're doing well. I am here. Can you hear me? It was December 14th when I answered the radio after dark. I want to be precise about this. I want to describe exactly what happened and exactly what I was thinking, because I've gone over it many times since, and I need the account to be as accurate as I can make it. It was just past 9 in the evening. I was in the office, at the desk, writing in the log. The wood stove was burning low, and the room was warm enough, but not warm enough. The way rooms heated by wood always are in deep cold, warm in some places, and cool in others. The radio was hissing its static. Outside, the temperature was somewhere below 0, and the snow was blue in the starlight. The transmission came from cabin 1. This is cabin 1. Hello. I knew the voice. The woman from cabin 3, the one with the slight rise at the end of her sentences. But she was transmitting from cabin 1 tonight, not cabin 3. This was the first time I'd noticed a voice appearing from a different cabin than usual. I wanted to ask about the trail that goes north from the property. Does it connect to anything? I've been looking at it from the window. A pause. It's very clear tonight. The stars. I looked at the radio. The amber light was pulsing. The woman's voice lingered in the room like the warmth from the stove, present even after the source had gone quiet. She was right about the stars. I'd seen them when I stepped outside to get firewood. The sky was enormous and dense with light, the Milky Way visible in a way it never is near cities. I picked up the mic. I pressed the talk button. I heard myself speak. This is the office. The trail north connects to a forest service road about 2 miles out. It's not maintained in winter. I wouldn't recommend it without snowshoes. I released the button. The transmit light went dark. The static resumed. I sat there, holding the mic. My heart was beating hard, but my hand was steady. I watched the amber receive light. I waited. 10 seconds. 20. 30. Then the light flickered and a voice came through. Not the woman's voice. A man's voice. The man from cabin 8. Thank you. That was all. 2 words from a different voice than the one I'd been speaking to, transmitted from an unknown location in response to information about a hiking trail that no one was going to walk. I put the mic down. I sat back in the chair. The static filled the room. I waited for more. Nothing came. The radio was quiet for the rest of the night. In the morning I walked to cabin 1, locked, empty, undisturbed. Snow around it marked only by my tracks from the previous day's check. I walked to cabin 8. Same. I stood between the cabins and looked at the forest and the trail that led north, visible as a gap in the trees, and I tried to feel afraid. I tried to summon the appropriate response to what had happened. I had broken the rule. I had answered the radio after dark. I had spoken to something that shouldn't exist, and it had spoken back. But the fear didn't come. What came instead was something quieter and harder to name, a sense of having stepped across a threshold that was invisible until I was past it. Not a door, not a boundary I could go back to and examine, just a subtle change in the quality of things. The way a room feels different after someone has been in it, even if nothing has been moved. The day proceeded normally. I did my work. I checked the cabins. I split wood. I ate. The routine held, but underneath the routine, something had shifted. It was as if the radio, the one-way transmissions, the voices, had existed in a separate space, a space adjacent to mine, audible but not interactive, like a television playing in another room. And by answering, I had merged those spaces. The wall between them was gone, or maybe it had never been there, and I had simply been pretending it was. That night, the transmissions changed. Not immediately. The first call came around 10, a routine request from cabin 5 about a drafty window. I did not answer it. I sat at the desk and listened and wrote in the log, and the moment passed. The second call came at 11 from cabin 9, a man's voice asking if the access road would be plowed before the weekend. I did not answer. The third call came just before midnight. This is the office. My hand stopped writing. The pen hovered above the page. This is the office. Checking in. Is anyone on this channel? It was my voice. Not similar to my voice. Not an approximation. My voice. My exact words from 2 weeks ago when I'd tried transmitting during the day. The same phrasing, the same cadence, the same slight hesitation before. Is anyone on this channel? That I remembered making because I'd felt foolish talking to no one. The transmission was a recording of me, played back through the radio. At midnight, I sat at the desk and listened to the static that followed, and I felt the room change around me. Not physically. The stove still burned. The lamp still cast its circle of warm light. The log was still open in front of me, but the room felt different, the way the property felt different that morning, as if something had adjusted in a way that I could sense but not identify. This is the office. If anyone can hear me, please respond. My voice again. Another of my daytime transmissions, replayed into the dark. The words hung in the room. Please respond. I'd said that sitting in this chair, in daylight, into a radio that returned nothing. Now the radio was returning it to me, at night, in exactly the tone I'd used. Earnest, slightly self-conscious, hopeful. I did not answer. I closed the log. I turned the lamp off. I went to the back room and lay on the cot and listened to the static. And my own voice did not come through again. I should tell you that I slept that night. Poorly, but I slept. And in the morning, the sun came up and the property was as it had always been, white and still and cold. And I stood on the porch with coffee and watched the steam rise from the mug into the frozen air, and I thought about what to do. The logical thing was to leave. The rule had been clear. Don't answer the radio after dark. I had answered it, and something had changed. The transmissions were now using my voice. My words were in the system, whatever the system was. The wall I'd been maintaining through months of disciplined silence had been breached by my own choice, and I didn't know what that meant. But I want to be honest. The thing that frightened me most was not hearing my own voice on the radio. It was the recognition that the voice was accurate. It was me, not an imitation, not a distortion. The exact texture and rhythm and quality of my speech, reproduced without flaw, which meant that whatever was transmitting had captured my voice with a fidelity that exceeded the radio's own capacity. The daytime transmissions I'd made had passed through the limitations of the equipment, the compression, the static, the narrow bandwidth, but the playback was clearer than the original, as if the voice had been recorded not through the radio but from somewhere closer, as if something had been listening not to the radio but to me. I stayed. I know. I stayed. The reason was simple and insufficient. I didn't have anywhere else to go. Not in a dramatic sense. I had a car. I had money. I could have driven to Missoula, checked into a motel, found another job. But the thing I'd come to Harlan Ridge to escape was still out there. The shapeless dissatisfaction, the sense of not fitting into the spaces available to me, and going back to it felt like more of a defeat than staying here and facing whatever this was. At least here, the problem had a form, the radio, the voices, the cabins. It was specific. It was contained. It was something I could sit with and try to understand. December continued. The solstice came and went. The nights were at their longest. I maintained the property. I kept the log. I listened to the transmissions, which now included, intermittently, my own voice among the others. My daytime test transmissions, played back at night. My answer about the North Trail, repeated on 2 separate occasions by what sounded like my voice, but could have been, I told myself, a very faithful echo of the original transmission bouncing off the terrain and returning to the base unit hours later. The other voices continued as well. The woman from Cabin 3, the man from Cabin 8, the younger voice. Others I recognized less clearly. They still made requests. They still reported maintenance issues. They still transmitted with the same calm patience they had always shown. And now, occasionally, they referenced me. The caretaker fixed the window seal. It's much better now, thank you. Someone's been keeping the path clear to the creek. That's thoughtful. The porch light in Cabin 3 is working again. They were acknowledging my work, the maintenance I'd done based on their reports. They knew it had been done. they'd noticed. This implied observation. It implied that whatever transmitted on the radio could also perceive changes in the physical environment of the cabins, could see that a seal had been replaced, a light repaired, a path shoveled, or it implied that I was losing my mind, that the isolation and the dark and the weeks of listening to impossible voices had eroded my ability to distinguish between what was real and what I was constructing, that I was hearing acknowledgement because I wanted acknowledgement, because months alone in the woods had made me so hungry for contact that I was manufacturing it from static and coincidence. I considered this possibility seriously. I sat with it. I examined my own thinking the way you'd examine a tool for damage, looking for the crack, the weakness, the point of failure, and I couldn't find it. My reasoning felt intact. My perceptions felt accurate. The log entries were consistent and coherent. I could perform my job, navigate the property, manage the equipment, interact with the occasional guest in a normal and appropriate way. There had been a couple who stayed in cabin 4 for 2 nights in mid-December, and my interactions with them had been perfectly ordinary. They hadn't noticed anything unusual about me. I hadn't noticed anything unusual about myself. But that's the thing about losing your mind, isn't it? You don't notice. The instrument doing the measuring is the instrument that's broken. I called Dale on December 23rd. I told him I'd be staying through the holidays. He said he appreciated it. He asked if everything was all right. I said yes. He asked about the radio. I told him the transmissions were continuing. I did not tell him I'd answered one. I did not tell him about hearing my own voice. He said, "Well, keep following the rule and you'll be fine." I said I would. After I hung up, I sat with the phone in my hand and thought about how easy it would have been to tell him everything. To say, "Dale, I broke the rule, and now my voice is on the radio, and the voices are thanking me for my work, and I think something is happening that is beyond what either of us is equipped to understand." But I didn't say it because I knew what it would sound like, and because somewhere in the back of my mind, I wasn't sure I wanted it to stop. That's the part I have the most difficulty with, the honesty of it. I didn't want it to stop. The transmissions had become, and I'm choosing this word carefully, company. The voices on the radio were the closest thing I had to regular human contact. They spoke to me, even if they didn't know they were speaking to me. They noticed the work I did. They cared about the cabins, about the small details of the place where I was spending my days and nights. They were present in a way that no one else in my life was present. I know how that sounds. I know it sounds like the testimony of a man who's been alone too long. And maybe that's all it is. Maybe that's the entire explanation, and the transmissions were always just interference, and the maintenance issues were always things I would have found on my own, and the acknowledgments were always just my mind filling in the gaps. Maybe. But I was there. I heard what I heard, and what I heard felt more real than anything I'd experienced in a long time. Christmas passed without distinction. I cooked a meal that was slightly better than my usual fare and sat at the desk and ate it and listened to the radio, which was quiet that night, the first fully quiet night in weeks. I didn't know what to make of the silence. It felt like an absence, like the house was empty in a new way. The voice came back on the 26th, just one transmission, late, around 2 in the morning, the woman from cabin 3. "Happy holidays. I hope the new year is good to you." I didn't answer. I lay on the cot and heard the words settle into the room, and I thought, "Thank you." and I didn't know if I was thinking it toward her or toward the empty air, or toward whatever part of my own mind was manufacturing comfort in a place where there was none. January brought deep cold and long silences. The property was buried. Some of the cabins were accessible only by snowshoe, and even the path to cabin 1 had to be rebroken after each snowfall. The access road was plowed intermittently. No guests came. The world contracted to the office, the immediate surroundings, and the radio. The transmissions had evolved again, in a way that I noticed gradually, and then all at once. The voices were no longer only reporting maintenance issues or making requests. They were describing things: the view from a window, the quality of the light at a certain hour, the sound the wind made in the pines at night. They were narrating experiences within the cabins, as if they were living there, as if the cabins were occupied and the voices belonged to people who woke and slept and looked out windows and noticed the world. Cabin 7. The frost on the glass this morning makes patterns like ferns. I've been watching them change as the sun moves. Cabin 12. The creek is frozen solid now. I walked across it today. It felt like walking on something alive that had stopped. Cabin 1. There's a bird that comes to the porch railing every morning. I've been leaving crumbs, but I don't think it notices. I checked. There were no crumbs on the porch railing of Cabin 1. There were no footprints near the creek by Cabin 12. The frost on Cabin 7's windows was there, but it was always there. These weren't reports of things that could be verified by physical evidence. They were descriptions of subjective experience, what it felt like to be in a place, what you saw when you looked, what you noticed when you paid attention. They were the kinds of things I might have written in a journal, if I kept a journal. The kinds of observations I made in my own mind during the long days and longer nights, but never spoke aloud. Because who would I speak them to? And then, on a night in late January, a transmission came through that stopped the last of my resistance. This is the office. My voice. But not a recording this time. Not a playback of something I'd said before. New words. My voice, speaking sentences I had never spoken. Cabin 3. This is the office. I replaced the seal on the bathroom window. It should hold through the winter. Let me know if it gives you any more trouble. It was a response. My voice responding to a maintenance request that Cabin 3 had made weeks ago, as if I had answered at the time, as if I had spoken back and the words had just now arrived, delayed, displaced, traveling through whatever medium the transmissions traveled through and emerging into the present. I hope you're staying warm. It's cold here too. The channel closed. The static returned. I sat at the desk and I did not write in the log. For the first time in months, I did not document what I'd heard. I sat and I listened to the static, which sounded different now, denser, more populated, as if the space between the frequencies was full of things that hadn't quite resolved into sound. And I thought about Garrick's note in the binder. My voice. He'd heard himself too. 16 years ago, in this same office with this same radio, he had heard his own voice coming from Cabin 12, the farthest cabin, the one across the creek. And then he had left. I understood now why he left, not because of fear, because of recognition. He had heard himself out there, in the cabins, in the dark, in the spaces between the trees. He had heard himself becoming part of whatever the radio carried, and he had known that if he stayed, the boundary between his voice and the other voices would continue to dissolve until there was no meaningful difference, until he was as much a transmission as a person. I understood it, and I stayed. February. The days began to lengthen, minutely, the light lasting a few minutes longer each evening. I kept working. I kept maintaining the cabins. I kept listening. The transmissions had reached a density that made the nights feel full. Voices overlapping, sometimes. Conversations between cabins that I could follow in fragments. The woman from cabin 3 talking to the man from cabin 8 about the weather. The younger voice asking someone in cabin 6 about the stars. Ordinary exchanges. The kind of talk that fills the space in a small community. Good morning. How did you sleep? Did you see the deer on the hill this morning? And my voice, woven in among them now, my voice responding to questions I hadn't heard, my voice describing repairs I'd made, my voice saying things I might have said in a tone I would have used, but hadn't. Not yet. Not in this room, not through this microphone, not in any moment I could point to and say, there. That's when I said that. But I recognized it all. Every word my voice spoke on the radio was something I could have said, something I would have said, given the right moment, the right prompt, the right person to say it to. The transmissions were not stealing my voice. They were using it. The way I might use my voice if I weren't alone, if there were people in the cabins. If the resort were full and the nights were warm and the radios were a way to connect rather than a channel for something I couldn't explain. I began to wonder if the transmissions were not a haunting, but an invitation. Not something that had invaded the radio, but something that had always been there. In the space, the radio opened up, waiting for someone to participate. The cabins were built for people. The radios were built for communication. The property was designed to be full, to be a place where people stayed and spoke and noticed the frost on the windows and the birds on the porch railing. And when it was empty, the space that should have been filled with those things didn't just disappear. It persisted. It waited. It generated the thing it was missing. Or I was losing my mind. I want to keep offering that possibility because it remains the most rational explanation, and I owe it the respect of repetition. Maybe I was losing my mind in a way so gradual and so thorough that it felt like understanding. The last night I want to describe was in late February, the 23rd, I think. A clear night, cold but less bitter than January's worst. I was at the desk. The radio was on. I had the log open, but I hadn't written anything in it for days. The transmissions had become too continuous, too layered, for the kind of entry-by-entry documentation I'd been doing. They were no longer events. They were ambient, like the static itself, a constant presence that varied in intensity, but never fully ceased. Around 11, the radio quieted. The voices faded. The static thinned to almost nothing, which had never happened before. The radio was nearly silent, not off, still powered, still receiving. But the frequency was clear in a way it hadn't been since September. Then a single transmission. This is the office. My voice, calm, clear. I'm going to check on cabin 12. I'll be back in about 40 minutes. The channel closed. Silence. I looked at the radio. I looked at the door. I looked at the window where the snow and the stars and the dark forest were visible in the porch light's glow. I had not said those words. I had not planned to check on cabin 12. It was 11 at night, and cabin 12 was a 20-minute snowshoe trek across frozen terrain and an iced-over creek. I had no reason to go there, but I found myself putting on my coat, lacing my boots, taking the flashlight from the shelf, opening the door and stepping onto the porch, and feeling the cold close around me like a second atmosphere. The snowshoes were leaning against the wall where I always left them. I strapped them on. The flashlight cut a narrow beam through the dark, illuminating the snow and the trunks of the nearest pines and nothing beyond. I walked. My breathing was the loudest sound. The snow crunched under the shoes. The trees stood around me like witnesses. I followed the path I'd been maintaining all winter, past Cabin 1, dark, past the junction where the trail split toward Cabins 4 and 5, down the slope toward the creek. The flashlight found the ice, white and solid, and I crossed it, feeling the firmness beneath me, hearing a faint sound deep under the surface like a pulse. Cabin 12 was ahead. I could see its shape against the snow, dark and geometric, the only right angles in a landscape of curves and organic forms. I approached it, stepped onto the porch. The boards creaked under my weight. The door was locked. I had the key. I had all the keys. I put the key in the lock and turned it, and the door opened, and the interior was dark and cold and empty and exactly as it should have been. I stepped inside. The flashlight moved across the room. Kitchen counter, empty. Table, 2 chairs, undisturbed. The wood stove, cold. The window, looking out at the trees, frosted at the edges. Nothing was wrong. Nothing was different. Cabin 12 was an empty cabin in the woods in winter, and it contained nothing but furniture and cold air. I stood in the center of the room, and I turned the flashlight off. The dark was absolute. I could see nothing. I could hear nothing except my own breathing, and faintly, from the direction of the creek, a sound that might have been water moving under ice. The cabin held me in its space. The walls were close. The ceiling was low. I was inside a small structure made of wood and nails and glass, in the middle of a forest, in the middle of winter, in the middle of the night, and I was alone. But the space didn't feel empty. It felt occupied, not by a presence, not by anything I could point to or describe or defend rationally. There was no shadow in the corner, no figure in the doorway, no breath on my neck, nothing like that. It was more subtle and more pervasive. It was the feeling of a room that has been recently vacated, the warmth that lingers for a moment after someone leaves, the sense that the air has been disturbed by movement that has already ended. I turned the flashlight back on. The room was the same, empty, cold, mine. I locked the cabin and walked back to the office. 40 minutes, almost exactly. The radio was waiting for me, its static steady and familiar. I sat down at the desk and I looked at it, and it looked at me with its amber light, dark now, receiving nothing. I picked up the mic. I pressed the talk button. I didn't think about the rule. The rule had been part of another version of this experience, an earlier version, when I still believed that not answering could keep me separate from whatever this was. "This is the office," I said. "I'm back." I released the button. The static hissed. The amber light stayed dark for a long time. Then it flickered. Once. "Welcome back." It was my voice. I put the mic down. I sat in the chair. The wood stove ticked and settled. The static continued. Outside, the night held the property in its stillness. 12 cabins in the snow, dark, patient, waiting for something that had already arrived. I still work at Harlan Ridge. I don't know how long I'll stay. The days are getting longer now. March is coming. The snow will melt. Guests will return. The radios will be used during the day for the ordinary purposes they were built for. And at night, the transmissions will continue, because they have always continued, because the radio carries what the space requires, and the space requires presence. I keep the log. I maintain the cabins. I fix what the voices tell me needs fixing. I do my job. And sometimes after dark, when the static thins and a voice comes through, asking about the trail or the weather or the light, I answer. I tell them what I know. I describe what I see from the office window. I say it's cold tonight, and the stars are out, and the creek is still frozen, but I think I can hear it underneath, moving, waiting for the thaw. They answer back. Sometimes in voices I know, sometimes in mine. I don't know what I'm talking to. I don't know if I'm talking to anything. I don't know if the voices are reflections of something that was here before me, or projections of something I brought with me, or the property itself generating the only thing it was built for, human presence in a place too empty to bear the lack of it. I don't know if I am the caretaker listening to transmissions, or if I am, by now, one of the transmissions myself. There's a new caretaker coming in April. Dale mentioned it on the phone last week. Someone to take over for the spring and summer season. I'll do the walkthrough. I'll show them the generator, the water shutoffs, the breaker panels, the radios. I'll give them the binder with the map and the log and the laminated card taped to the desk. And at the end, while I'm putting on my jacket and reaching for my keys, I'll mention the rule. I'll say it casually, the way Dale said it to me, the way Garrick must have said it to whoever came before. Back through all the years this place has sat in the trees and the dark and the quiet. Don't answer the radio after dark. I'll say it, and I'll mean it, and I'll know that it won't be enough, because the rule isn't a wall, it's a delay. It holds for a while, through the first weeks and months, through the rational explanations and the disciplined silences, through all the nights of listening without responding. But the voices are patient. They have the one thing that no caretaker has ever had enough of. They have time. And eventually, on some night when the dark is deep and the static thins and a voice comes through that sounds like someone who just wants to know if anyone is there, the new caretaker will pick up the mic. And when they do, somewhere among the voices that answer back, mine will be one of them.